Senator from Iowa.
For my colleagues who are protectionists, I think that when it comes to the issue of trade, we need less of Peter Navarro and more of Adam Smith. I think the certainty that comes with trade policy will benefit our economy the most. Hopefully, we don't have a government shutdown this week. I want my colleagues to remember that it costs money to shut down the government, costs money to open the government up. There's even some money being wasted this week as bureaucrats plan for a possible shutdown. And the government is supposed to be service for the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning. I would also like to address my colleagues to remind them of the genocide of the 1990s in the Western Balkan region of the world, and of the Dayton Peace Accords of 1995 that brought an end to that genocide. For years, the leaders of the Serb entity within the country of Bosnia, Mr. Dodik, I think it's pronounced, has been threatening to have the Serb part secede. Remember that there was a war and a genocide in the 1990s because of people like Mr. Dodik acting like he is now. He has a predecessor serving life in prison for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Many Bosnians who suffered from that terrible ethnic violence came to Iowa for protection and have enriched our state and nation. Many of these Iowans have friends and family still in Bosnia. I spoke to some of them last Friday about an escalating crisis with frightening echoes of the great violence of the 1990s. Mr. Dodik was sentenced by a Bosnian court for unconstitutional actions that reject the authority of Bosnian state institutions. So, rather than stop, he chose to double down. The Bosnian Serb Assembly has now passed and implemented laws prohibiting the functioning of Bosnian state-level security and judicial institutions in that area. Provincial institutions there have been ordered to use force to stop and prevent the lawful actions and operations of a Bosnian state. Bosnians who are loyal to their country or who these ethnic separatists do not consider Serbs, those people are at risk, including family members of my fellow Iowans. This concerns me greatly. Now, the United States, through Secretary Rubio, is taking some action, making it clear that it is also of great concern to the Trump administration. Western Balkan stability has been a U.S. priority across administrations: Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, and now Trump again. I'm following this situation very closely. America is also watching who in the region is supporting stability and who is backing the return to ethnic separatism and the possible genocide that could once again happen. Remember, it didn't end well for those same people in the 1990s. I will work with the Trump administration to make sure that we keep up the pressure on Mr. Dodik and his allies to stop and respect the Dayton Peace Accords that ended this violence in 1995. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Recognizes the senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a good day for the Senate and a good day for the American people. The Senate will soon pass a bill that is entitled Halt Fentanyl Act. The House is expected to take the measure up very soon and send it to President Trump, who's waiting with pen in hand to enact one of his campaign promises. The Halt Fentanyl Act permanently schedules these deadly substances that have been the main driver of overdose deaths in the United States. No longer does the Drug Enforcement Agency need to play this game of whack-a-mole every time a cartel develops a new fentanyl knockoff. In other words, today a fentanyl knockoff might be illegal and then change the chemical makeup of it and it becomes legal. It's a nightmare for law enforcement. So no longer will Congress be kicking the can down the road with temporary extensions, and we've had many extensions over the last several years to keep fentanyl scheduled and its analog scheduled in one. It also revises policies to research Schedule I substances. These are changes the research community has welcomed. Drug overdoses in the United States has exploded to the highest levels we've ever seen. And of course, this is thanks to fentanyl and fentanyl knockoffs. Drug Enforcement Agency has called fentanyl and its knockoffs, quote, the deadliest drug threat the United States has ever faced, end of quote. Since 2016, I've been raising the alarm on deadly synthetic drugs like fentanyl. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I held a hearing on these substances and the need to stay ahead of these peddlers of this poison. Sadly, it's taken us 9 long years to get permanently scheduling of these deadly knockoffs. Of course, we thank each of the previous Congresses that on a temporary basis extended these scheduling of fentanyl and fentanyl knockoffs. But this bipartisan Halt Fentanyl Act takes care of this by making it permanent. Senators Cassidy, Heinrich, and Johnson were very instrumental in this effort. Their interest in permanently scheduling fentanyl knockoffs inspired the Senate to move this bill to the floor. Republican leadership was also crucial in prioritizing this bill for the floor and helping us navigate the floor process. Credit is also due to our House colleagues, Representative Griffith, Chairman Guthrie, and now retired Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, who led and championed the Halt Fentanyl Act on the House side. I'd also like to thank Dr. Tim Westlake, who came up with the temporary scheduling structure that we've been using since the year 2018. He has testified before my committee and before the Congress on numerous occasions, and I thank him for his hard work and unflappable dedication. So, in the end, this campaign earned the support of nearly every major law enforcement organization, and also several medical associations and research associations supporting the research component of this bill. And most importantly, we must say thanks to the countless families organized over a long period of time across the country that have lost loved ones to fentanyl poisoning and not giving up on this type of legislation to make permanent the scheduling. So I want to thank my Senate staff who helped make this possible, especially Colleen Bloss and Michael Perkins, who spearheaded this effort for me and all the committee members. Together, we've taken steps to open the doors of research, to permanently schedule the deadliest substance the United States has ever faced, and to send a clear message that Congress is willing and ready to act. Together, we've taken an important step to live up to our commitment to our constituents and to the loved ones lost, to put them first and to serve them. I yield. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Senator from Iowa.
Speak for 3 minutes in morning business.
Without objection.
January is National Trafficking and Modern Slavery Prevention Month. So today, Senator Cortez Masto and I are introducing a resolution to honor victims and to raise very needed awareness. As I speak, victims are being trafficked across our southern border. We each have a role to play in protecting the most vulnerable among us, especially women and children, from becoming victims of trafficking. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm committed to making human trafficking prevention a priority in this Congress, and I thank the senator from Nevada for leading this effort. On another subject, Mr. President, on his watch, President Biden wiped away student debt for more than 5 million borrowers, stiffing taxpayers with heavier burden. That's on top of trillions of dollars in partisan deficit spending that fueled the fires of inflation to 20% during his administration. His failed border policies allowed more than 10 million people to come into the country illegally. I remember during his inaugural address, President Biden pledged to unite Americans. At that time, I welcomed that very much. Unfortunately, his administration's actions did not match those lofty words of uniting Americans. During his 4 years in the Oval Office, the 46th president adopted the divisive policies of left-wing ideologues and the more radical candidates that he beat in the presidential primary. It was a notable departure from my 28 years serving together with him here in the United States Senate. Even on his way out the door, President Biden doubled down on the dark and divisive rhetoric that failed his party in this most recent election. He put illegal immigrants before the security of Americans. He doubled down on class warfare, hammering, as you so often hear, the same nail that the wealthy need to pay their fair share when our tax code is among the most progressive in the world. Many Iowans question the fairness of pardoning the president's son including for tax evasion and crimes not even specified, especially when President Biden promised that he would not pardon his son. Iowans also tell me that wiping away student debt isn't fair to those who saved and sacrificed to pay their fair share. In this Congress, I'll work with President Trump to put America first and strengthen the economy so hardworking families, farmers, and small businesses get ahead, and of course to stay ahead. That includes renewing the Trump tax cuts, securing our border, and securing peace through strength. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum. Hey.
The clerk.
President. The senator from Iowa.
Everybody knows that except for Native Americans, this great nation of ours is a nation of immigrants. We're one of the most welcoming nations in the world, maybe the most welcoming to immigrants, because about 1 million people come here every year legally. My family has been blessed by two. A daughter-in-law of 45 years from South Korea, a granddaughter-in-law of about 6 or 7 years from Ethiopia. I've learned much from them, and I think America is great because of the people that come here. But we're also a nation based on the rule of law, and we have not seen that immigration law enforced over the last 4 years. So I'm going to be voting for Governor Noem because she's committed to enforcing our immigration laws. I think Secretary Mayorkas felt in his heart that we ought to give the American land of opportunity, the opportunity to anybody who wanted to come here. He said he was enforcing the laws, but we know that he wasn't enforcing laws, because you saw every night on TV people crossing the Rio Grande, coming to this country and violating our laws as they entered. We all know that if you're going to be a sovereign nation, you got to control your borders. We can't have millions of people coming here in violation of our laws, people that are on the terrorist watch list, people with criminal records, everybody just willy-nilly coming here. We are that land of opportunity, but also a land of the rule of law. We're seeing deportations going on now with priority on people that are criminals or on the terrorist watch list. We're hearing some economists and some business people saying our economy is in jeopardy if we deport these people, but no employer is going to hire somebody on the terrorist watch list if they know that they are. No employer is going to hire somebody with a criminal record if they know about that criminal record. So let's talk about the impact of deportation on the economy after people with criminal records, after people that are on the terrorist watch list, and the 1 2/10 or 1 3/10 million people that have been adjudicated that they did not meet the test of our law, that they could legally be in this country. And to have those three categories of people deported, then maybe let's talk about the impact on the economy after that. But I think that's quite a few months down the road. One other reason that I'm voting for Governor Nome, and this is a repeat of what I said last night on the floor of the United States Senate in regard to Pete Sethler being chairman or being Secretary of Defense. When these people that are nominees come to my office, I point out to them a couple things. Number one, I always say you're going to be asked if you'll answer our letters. And everybody for decades have been saying yes to that. And I point out to them how they ought to really say maybe, because I use the last 4 years of the Garland Department of Justice as an example, showing these nominees when they come to my office of a file of about 158 letters that the Department of Justice and the FBI haven't appropriately answered, even after they said they'd answer all of our letters. Now, that may be a tongue-in-cheek maybe, quote unquote, maybe, when I tell them that, but I think we have a responsibility to make sure that in our constitutional job of oversight to see that the laws are faithfully executed, that we, when we contact the administration, we think things are wrong, that we're entitled to an answer. This isn't a problem just in a Democrat administration. This is a problem in Republican administrations. So I asked the new Secretary of Defense that issue. He said he was going to be diligent about that, and I discussed the same thing with Governor Nome as well, because we ought to have our cooperation of the executive branch of government in Congress doing its job of oversight. I'm satisfied that Governor Nome will, to the best of her ability, help us with our oversight responsibilities and even help us get answers to those left over from the Biden administration. I think Governor Nome is very well qualified to be Secretary of Homeland Security. I wish her well in the enforcement of law and re-emphasize that border security is very important, not only for the sovereignty of this great nation of ours, because you can't be a sovereign nation if you don't control the borders, and secondly, for our national security, because you can't have people on the terrorist watch list coming to this country and invading us, and also for law enforcement, because you can't have people with criminal record coming to this country. It's a big job that's left over from the last 4 years of a Secretary of Homeland Security that wasn't enforcing the law. I think Governor Nome is up to the test, and we wish her well as she proceeds down this road of making sure that the sovereignty of the United States is protected and our national security is protected, and we have a safe nation based upon law enforcement being able to do its job. I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Your senator from Iowa is recognized.
like my colleague, our majority. Well, yeah. Ask the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
As the leader has just said, I come to the floor for the same purpose, to talk about my vote in favor of Mr. Besant to be Secretary of Treasury. This cabinet position is one of the most important positions in any administration. The Secretary is the tip of the spear for a president's domestic economic agenda. Moreover, the Secretary is a very key player in international affairs with responsibilities covering international trade, global finance, and foreign sanctions, and that's just to name a few. Given the current challenges we face as a nation, the next Treasury Secretary will have a big, full load on their plate. The U.S. is facing what former Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers recently called, quote, the biggest fiscal sustainability problem since the Civil War, end of quote. At the same time, the expansionist ambitions of Russia in Europe and China, particularly China's pursuit of economic hegemony, threatens the international economic order. Having met with Mr. Besant, I'm confident he's up to the task. He has a depth of knowledge of economic history. In fact, he taught a class on the subject at Yale University. That and his decades-long career in finance make him uniquely qualified to be our next Secretary of the Treasury. He is acutely aware of the risks posed to our national economy by our $36 trillion national debt. He understands that digging ourselves out of our fiscal hole will require spending restraint and, coupled with that, great economic growth. As he discussed in testimony before the Senate committee, avoiding the largest tax hike in the history of our country by extending the 2017 tax law is crucial to the health of the American economy. And we all know in this body that the biggest tax increase in the history of the country can happen to the middle class even without a vote of Congress, because the 2017 tax bill sunsets at the end of this year. Mr. Besant also understands that international trade and access to foreign markets are vital to the economic success of the American farmer. And when I spoke with this nominee in my office, I was pleasantly surprised by his knowledge of agriculture stemming from his ownership of farmland in North Dakota. As with all nominees, I stressed to Mr. Besant the importance of responding to congressional letters. Congress has a constitutional duty to perform oversight of the executive branch. I intend to hold him to his commitment to respond to all congressional inquiries in a timely and responsive manners. I also told him that every nominee that comes before any committee is asked that same question: will you respond to our letters? And I say, kind of tongue-in-cheek, but with some truth to it, that you ought to say maybe, because I showed Pam Bondi, our nominee for Attorney General when she was in my office, a whole file of 158 letters in the last 4 years that I sent to the Department of Justice that have remained unanswered or not fully answered, and all that. So I hope that we can get this Trump cabinet to keep their word that they're going to answer our letters, because they need to focus it from the standpoint of the Constitution. You learn it in 8th grade civics that we not only pass laws here and appropriate money, but under checks and balances, we have the responsibility to make sure that the executive branch faithfully executes that law or spends that money appropriately. And so checking up on that requires a lot of communication between us in the Congress and the executive branch. And that's true whether it's a Republican or a Democrat president. But I hope this administration is committed to fully cooperating with Congress on our oversight responsibilities. Now, there's another item I always stress with Treasury nominees, and that's the importance of IRS whistleblower program that are authored critical updates to in 2006. To date, this program has brought in over $6 billion to the Treasury thanks to whistleblowers who often risk their careers to blow the whistle on tax sheets. This legislation is meant to make sure that the IRS has total information on who's paying their taxes and who isn't. So if you're working with some corporation that's not paying their taxes, and you can report that successfully, the collection of those taxes to the IRS, that whistleblower can get a share of the return. And so far, since 2006, $6 billion has come back into the federal treasury as a result of that program. However, in regard to that program, for much of the program's history, there has been an embedded culture in Treasury and the IRS that has hampered the success of the program. So I look forward to working with Mr. Bassett to turn that culture around so that the 2006 legislation will be much more productive in getting the federal government, not having the federal government cheated out of taxes that people owe. So based on my discussions with Mr. Bassett, there is no doubt in my mind that he is well qualified to be Treasury Secretary. So I urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of his nomination later today. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Chair recognizes the senator from Iowa.
Ever so often, I come to the Senate floor to bring my colleagues up to date on the lack of financial management system in the Department of Defense. I'm here again to address what I consider a festering bureaucratic sore. The Pentagon can't keep track of the taxpayers' money. And as I've just indicated, I speak about this many times. In 30 years of watchdogging, little or nothing has happened. Internal controls over the taxpayers' money remain weak or non-existent at the Department of Defense. And I'm here today to speak specifically about a recent Inspector General's audit driving home that point. Specifically, auditors discovered $1 1/10 billion in undocumented payments by the Pentagon using funds Congress provided to assist Ukraine. They examined 479 transactions for the calendar year 2022, totaling $2 1/10 billion. The auditors determined that 65% of the transactions could not be verified for a lack of documentation. If the sample were doubled in size, the Inspector General estimated a staggering 94% would be unsupported. Now, we all agree that's unacceptable. Or if we don't agree that that's unacceptable, there's something wrong with our thinking. The rules are crystal clear. Supporting documentation is required when paying bills. Proper documentary support should include a contract, travel authorization, invoice, receipts, payment voucher, or things like that. And I don't mean you have to have all those available to pay a bill, but you ought to have at least one of them or more before you spend the taxpayers' money. Now, taken together, these records form an audit trail essential for payment verification and fraud detection. If the documents match up, a bill is ready to pay. So, Mr. President, $1 1/10 billion went out the door, and there's no documentation to back it up. I want to make very clear, that's an audit report, not Chuck Grassley saying that. So, we don't know how that money was used. Was it spent to assist Ukraine as required? Or was it misused or stolen? We simply don't know. Clearly, unsupported payments leave the door wide open to fraudsters. Paying bills without documentation shows neglect and indifference. It's reckless and should not be tolerated. These undocumented expenditures occur on the watch of Chief Financial Officer, or as we know him, CFO Mike McCord. Though Mike McCord has departed the department, he and his deputies are accountable. They failed to exercise due diligence over public's money. Such gross mismanagement is made worse by the Pentagon's pitiful accounting system, or as I said in my opening, the lack of a financial management system. Top managers turned a blind eye to this problem as well, just like a long line of their predecessors. Instead of modernizing, they kept pouring out billions down a rat hole to upgrade ancient systems that belong on the junk heap. Why did such smart, experienced managers go down that rabbit hole? Why did they fail to acquire modern systems that could produce reliable information, effective controls, or clean opinions? Why has this problem not been fixed? There once was a brave-hearted watchdog in the Air Force's controllers who claimed to know the answer. Ernie Fitzgerald was that person's name. I knew him in the 1980s. He worked in the Defense Department until he retired maybe 20 years ago, and he probably died about 3 or 4 years ago. He had this to say, quote, "Leaders in the Pentagon don't want to fix it. Slopping accounting gives them flexibility to hide their shenanigans." End of quote. When there is no audit trail to follow, it's easy to make sneaky accounting adjustments to cover your backside. Pentagon managers have some explaining to do, and I'm all ears. I want to give you just one recent example, and I'm following up with the Inspector General in the Pentagon to get some answers on this. Over a period of 6 years, until earlier last year, when she pleaded guilty to, can you believe this, stealing $106 million out of the Defense Department. She was buying all kinds of homes and all kinds of expensive cars, and I don't have a long list of where $106 million went. But can you believe over a period of 5 years, there was nobody in the Defense Department, well, I suppose eventually after 6 years somebody discovered it, but she got away with it for 6 years. Now she's going to, she's prosecuted and 50 years in prison. She wasn't prosecuted, she pled guilty. But so I write to the IG to get an explanation of how come they have a financial management system, or a lack thereof, that doesn't catch somebody stealing $106 million. So I sent along with those questions I'm asking the IG, a report that I put out in 1998 that was a report of people stealing money at the Air Force Base in Dayton, where they had this check writing machine, and we found out that the person managing that check writing machine could make checks out to people in his family, and there was about $5 million stolen at that particular time. And so we went to Dayton to study what was wrong, and what was wrong is exactly what this audit report shows today. They were writing checks without invoices. Now you see, we pointed something out, what, 26 years ago or something like that, that was wrong with financial management in the Defense Department. And so I guess you could say the Defense Department has learned nothing in the last 26 years. And I just hope that they would take my report of 1998 and what's wrong with Janet Mello stealing $106 million and try to change the system. Now we in the Congress, with our power of oversight, or as you study in high school government, checks and balances of government, we appropriate money, we pass laws, but we don't enforce those laws, but we have a constitutional responsibility to point out when the executive branch of government or the people in the executive branch of government aren't faithfully executing the laws that we pass or properly spending the money the way we appropriate it. So we don't enforce the laws, we make the laws, we have oversight. But what do? You come to the floor of the United States Senate and try to raise Cain about it and get some changes made. But the Defense Department is a little bit different than any other agency of the federal government because they're the only agency of the federal government that has never had a clean audit. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Senator from Iowa.
January is National Blood Donor Month. Every 2 seconds, somebody in the United States needs blood. Yet, less than 10% of the eligible population donates blood annually. Blood donations are especially critical for patients receiving organ transplants, having surgery, premature infants, and those involved in car accidents. Regular blood donations can help your neighbor or a stranger. Following a natural disaster, we often hear the call for blood donations, yet we often forget about it when those events pass. Blood donations are needed at all the time. I encourage Iowans, I suppose I should encourage all Americans who can donate blood to find their local blood center and donate today. Later today, we're going to have the first set of votes on the nomination of Pam Bondi to serve as Attorney General of the United States. Before we do, speak in support of her nomination. Ms. Bondi made history as the first woman elected as Florida Attorney General. She served for 8 years and was easily reelected to a second term because she did such a great job. She fought against pill mills, eliminated the backlog of rape test kits, and stood for law and order. There's no doubt that Ms. Bondi's highly qualified. She's capable of doing the job well, and she represents mainstream views shared by at least 77 million Americans who voted for change in the 2024 election. This should earn her the same bipartisan support this body gave to Attorney General Garland, including this senator. I'm disappointed that none of my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee voted for Ms. Bondi, and I hope the full Senate takes a different approach if my colleagues won't cross the aisle for this qualified nominee. They'll show that their intent on opposing President Trump's picks are purely partisan reasons. Ms. Bondi's ready and able to serve our country, and she'll work with President Trump to restore faith in the Justice Department. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting Ms. Bondi.
Iowa.
Over the last 3 or 4 years, I've come to the floor to discuss with my colleagues information that I get from whistleblowers in the FBI, the Department of Justice, most of it dealing with the subject of the political weaponization of people at the highest levels of the FBI, and their violating protocol, getting involved in political situations that the FBI has no business being in. So last week, when Mr. Patel was before my Judiciary Committee, I released some new emails that I have gotten that show further involvement of certain people in the case against Trump that Jack Smith headed up. So I'm here today because when I released those emails last week, there was a New York Times story that got it all wrong. So today, I want to bring to my colleagues' attention a January 30th, 2025 New York Times article from Adam Goldman and Alan Fuhrer about my and Senator Johnson's oversight of the FBI. In that article, they said, quote, FBI emails released Thursday showed that agents and officials followed standard procedure when, end of quote, when opening the Trump elector case. Well, they read it wrong, and I'm going to tell you why they read it wrong. The article written by these two can be summed up like this: a very wet kiss to the politically biased leadership within the FBI. Last week, Senator Johnson and I made public FBI records that showed a snapshot into the origins of the Jack Smith electoral case against Trump. Those records included a February 14th, 2022 email from Assistant Special Agent in Charge Thibault to his subordinate agent Michelle Ball. The subject line of that email was, quote unquote, elector matter, end of quote. My office has been told that Thibault handpicked subordinate agents, including Michelle Ball and Jamie Garman, who were both referenced in the documents that I released, to conceal his role as an initiating agent. The documents Senator Johnson and I released support that. Now, in the February 2022 email, Special Agent Thibault says, in part, quote, "Here is the draft opening language we discussed," end quote. Attached to that email is a Word document titled, quote, unquote, one word, elector. That Word document, when opened, contains information that became part of the predicating document that was later be approved to open a case codenamed Arctic Frost. That was all about prosecuting then citizen Trump. When opening the Word document, it says this, quote, author Timothy Thibault, end quote. It also says this, quote, last modified by Timothy Thibault, end quote. Today, Senator Johnson and I will be publicly releasing a new email that we've obtained that was sent from Thibault to Michelle Ball and Jamie Garman March the 1st, 2022. In the email, Thibault says, quote, to add, we'll come by to discuss, end quote. The document was attached to the email with language to be added to the Arctic Frost document opening the investigation against Trump. The document attached to the email lists the author and modifier as, you guessed it, Thibault. Well, the document itself is titled Arctic Frost, and it adds President Trump as a criminal subject to the investigation. Notably, the document lists then Chairman Durbin's 2021 investigative report on Trump to help justify that Trump yet fails to use my 2021 report, which provided much needed context. Now, the New York Times article said the FBI records Senator Johnson and I made public, quote, showed that agents and officials followed standard procedure, end quote, but that totally ignores the facts, and evidence, let alone not even considering the FBI rules for making these determinations for opening a prosecution case. So I go to these rules. Section 7, period 7, period 1. I'm not sure I understand the periods in this section, but anyway, 771, in the FBI's Domestic Investigations Operation Guide, and that's essentially the FBI's manual, is titled, quote, opening documentation, end of quote. That rule shows the workflow approval and make clear that supervisors, I want to emphasize, supervisors are to approve the work product provided to them. And the point here is Tebow was not that sort of a supervisor. In other words, the intent of this rule, based on its plain text, is that subordinate agents provide work product to supervising agents for the latter's approval. Now, should there be any doubt about this intent, look no further than section 3, period 5, period 2, period 3, titled, quote, no self-approval rule, end of quote. That rule says in part, quote, an approval, official. And that rule uses the word supervisor to define that person, may not self-approve his or her own work or activity. An independent evaluation and approval of these activities must be obtained, including the opening and the closing of any assessment or predicated investigation, end of quote. Then the rule says this, quote, in the event that an FBI employee errantly conducts a self-approval, the approval is considered substantial noncompliance and must be documented. So that leaves you with Tebow self-approving something that he wasn't supposed to self-approve. And moreover, another FBI document defines, quote, general rules and procedures, end of quote, of supervisors as this, quote, supervisor assigns leads, approves documents, assigns squad current workload, end of quote. None of this says that a supervisor like Tebow is allowed to draft and open a case and approve it for themselves. Based on the facts and the evidence that Senator Johnson and I have obtained to date, and based upon the FBI's own rules, Tebow essentially self-approved his own case in violation of FBI rules, which means this guy was out to get Trump as fast as he could. According to this case that, again, I say is named Arctic Frost, as they can codename the Trump case, was defective from the very start, not only from a political infection standpoint, but also because of substantial noncompliance with FBI rules. So getting back to the New York Times article, at this point, the paper simply is an FBI stenographer and propagandist parroting FBI lies, claiming emails released by me and Senator Johnson, quote, showed that agents and officials followed standard procedure, end of quote, when opening Arctic Frost. As with most of the information in the leaks the FBI has laundered through Goldman, the truth is quite the opposite of the FBI and the New York Times narrative. Does the New York Times believe that it's normal for an assistant special agent in charge to prepare case predication for opening an investigation and then feed it to street agents, and add to that doing it to a former president of the United States? Is it normal for the FBI agents to ignore sources that counteracts the predication they so badly manufactured? Is it normal for an assistant special agent in charge to post anti-Trump social media posts under his true name and title while he's overseeing the most politically sensitive investigation for the FBI? Is it normal for an assistant special in charge responsible for the most sensitive political investigations in the FBI to be forced to resign for partisanship on the job and then be found to have violated the Hatch Act for that same partisanship? It seems to this senator that the New York Times has become the paid publicist of senior members of the FBI, an unethical quid pro quo of pushing their narratives in exchange for publishing false information. On the occasion of the latest article, as a mouthpiece for nameless FBI sources, I invite the New York Times editorial board to undertake its own investigation into Goldman's receipt of one-sided law enforcement information leaked to him from FBI employees. Absent that, continued New York Times reporting in this area is inherently questionable. Now, I started this by talking about occasionally from time to time I come to the United States Senate floor to discuss information I get from whistleblowers and that deals with the political weaponization of the FBI. I released some of those emails last week at the Patel hearing. Now, what Patel is all about, by President Trump appointing him to the FBI director, is simply to see that none of this stuff that I've discussed with you and in previous speeches on the floor of the United States Senate ever happens again, and that the FBI is going to be a law enforcement agency and not a political weaponization organization. And I say that about the people that are on the 7th floor of the FBI, Hoover FBI building. I'm not condemning the people that are working FBI cases in Iowa or any of the other 49 states, because they're doing their job. But they should have the full support of the 7th floor of the building and not being concerned about prosecuting a former president of the United States, now a president reelected as the 47th president of the United States. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I don't need a copy. Probably shortly, I should say, we'll vote to confirm Pam Bondi as the Attorney General of the United States. Before we do, I'd like to speak in support of her nomination, and in doing that, urge my colleagues to vote for her, hopefully in a bipartisan way like we had for Garland under Biden administration. Ms. Bondi has been nominated to one of the most important offices in our country, and she's shown that she's up to that task. Her impressive record and presentation at her hearing are proof that she's ready to take the helm of the Justice Department. Ms. Bondi made history in 2010 as the first woman elected to be Florida's Attorney General. She held this role for 8 years after she was comfortably reelected by the people of Florida to that second term. 8 years of service as Attorney General of the third largest state in this union is excellent preparation for the role of Attorney General of the United States. As Florida's Attorney General, Ms. Bondi was a member of the Florida Cabinet, its chief legal officer, and led a very large agency. She handled many issues at the state level that she'll be handling at the federal level. And by all accounts, she's handled these jobs expertly. As Attorney General, Ms. Bondi didn't shy away from hard work or complicated problems. She engaged in an aggressive campaign to eliminate pill mills, take a leading role in securing a $303.25 billion settlement following the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, and eliminated the backlog of rape kits. She also stood for law and order and sought justice for victims of violent criminals. Her record shows then that she's highly qualified to be Attorney General of the United States. During her confirmation hearing, Ms. Bondi answered questions for more than 5 hours. What we learned during her hearing reinforced what we knew from her existing record as Attorney General of Florida. She's a tough, fair career prosecutor who built her reputation by enforcing the rule of law. Pretty simple. We also heard from witnesses who praised Ms. Bondi's character, fairness, and willingness to work with members of both parties to solve the problems in Florida. And we're sure she's going to work the same way as Attorney General of the United States. So what did we hear from these witnesses? We heard from an elected Democrat who never voted for President Trump. He said Ms. Bondi was fair, tethered to the rule of law, and could work with both Democrats and Republicans to serve the American people. We heard from Florida's statewide prosecutor, who praised her competence running the legal department, as I've said, of the third largest state in the union. We heard from a Florida sheriff who testified about her commitment to law and order and to her partnership with law enforcement to keep Floridians safe. These witnesses have worked with Ms. Bondi for decades, and they all vouch for her capability and character. Ms. Bondi's nomination has also received a flood of support from all across America. So I have a group of people here that have expressed their view through letter to the committee. Law enforcement groups representing more than 650,000 officers wrote to urge us to support Ms. Bondi's nomination. A few of these groups included the National Association of Police Organizations, the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Sheriff's Association, major county sheriffs, National Narcotic Officers Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and still some others. This support is a testament to Ms. Bondi's history of backing the blue. We should all be backing the blue. I just met with some law enforcement people just before coming over here, and I tell every one of them, I'm not for defunding the police, and thank you for keeping the peace. We've also received letters of support from more than 100 former senior Department of Justice officials, scores of former U.S. attorneys, dozens of state attorneys general, women's rights groups, Second Amendment groups, and of course others. Between her record, her presentation in committee, and the support she's received from across the country, I'm convinced that Ms. Bondi is the right choice. So, when confirmed, Ms. Bondi will take the helm of what we all know is a turbulent time and also a Justice Department infected with political decision-making and its leaders refusing to acknowledge that reality. In other words, political decision-making, at least on the 7th floor of the Hoover Building, overtaking the major role of the FBI, and the FBI is part of the Justice Department. They aren't putting first things first. So here are a few examples of political decision-making and infection in the department. Crossfire hurricane. Secondly, the Justice Department's targeting my staff, yeah, that's right, my investigative staff, who at the time was investigating at my direction the government's abuse of Crossfire hurricane. Thirdly, cover-up of the Hunter Biden laptop story and sweetheart plea deals offered by the Department of Justice to Hunter Biden. Fourth, the FBI's inappropriate briefing to me and Senator Johnson during our Biden family investigation that was later leaked, and nothing's supposed to be leaked from what we call the SCIF. Fifth, Special Counsel Jack Lawfare's operation. In other words, trying to put now President Trump in jail. Sixth, the targeting of traditional Catholics, concerned parents, and abortion protesters as security threats. And seventh, the coordination of censorship of political speeches. And I don't have an 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, but they exist. I'm not going to take your time on that. Now, all of these things that I mentioned, plus things I haven't mentioned, are very serious breaches of the public trust. And we can't tolerate that sort of breach. I'm confident Ms. Bondi will not tolerate that breach. And I'm looking forward to working with her to shed sunlight on these abuses. And sunlight, as some Supreme Court justice said, is the best attack against, oh my gosh, I forgot exactly what it was, but sunshine is supposed, coming in will really solve a lot of problems. This is the way I put it. I say we need more transparency in government, and transparency brings accountability. Now, I've already released new FBI records, in fact, just last week, with Senator Johnson, that show even more political violence biased within the Justice Department and the FBI. These records prove that former FBI special agent in charge, Thibault, a known anti-Trump agent, authored the initial language for what ultimately became Jack Smith's federal case against Trump regarding the 2020 presidential election. That case was codenamed Arctic frost. Now, I don't know where they get the name Arctic frost, but that's what the case was called. These records that we released last week showed a scheme in place between the Justice Department and FBI officials to get Trump. I had to rely on brave whistleblowers to uncover the truth because I was stonewalled by the Justice Department and the FBI. And I was stonewalled even after they promised at their own confirmation hearing that they would answer the letters that congressmen wrote them. We never got any answers. In fact, there's 58 answers in the last 4 years I've written to the FBI on my investigations that I have not gotten answers to. So, if you wonder why I'm so passionate about Pam Bondi, I'm confident that she's going to take a different approach, and she says yes for answering our letters. It'll be yes instead of what the other people should have said at the answer to that question is maybe. As the recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans and around the world have shown, we're faced with very serious threats to our national security. The president needs his team in place to protect our country, and the American people deserve a secure homeland and borders, safe streets, and orderly markets. We need to swiftly confirm a capable and serious Attorney General to get to work. Now, I'm disappointed that none of my Democrat colleagues on the Judiciary Committee voted for Ms. Bondi in committee. I hope it'll be different when we get to the full Senate. We had a bipartisan vote, as I've said previously, for Attorney General Garland. Maybe on hindsight we shouldn't have had, but we did have. There's no doubt that Ms. Bondi is highly qualified. In committee, several of my Democrat colleagues even acknowledged as much. She's qualified for the job. She represents mainstream views shared by at least the 77 million Americans who voted for change on November 5th. This should earn her the same bipartisan support this body gave Attorney General Garland, so that's the third time I've said that. My colleagues will not cross the If my colleagues will not cross the aisle to vote for this qualified nominee, they'll show that Senate Democrats are intent on opposing President Trump's cabinet picks for purely partisan reasons, even at the same time they admit how fully qualified she is to do the job. So ending now, I say once again, I proudly support Ms. Bondi, look forward to confirming her. She's ready and able to serve our country well, and I know she'll work with President Trump to restore faith in the Justice Department. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in confirming Ms. Bondi. I yield. Sometime today, we're voting on the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard. She's going to be Director of National Intelligence after she's confirmed. Until she was nominated, I only knew her from seeing her in media sound bites and what other people wrote about her. She came to my office and we had a very good, very substantive conversation. I determined that she's very smart and obviously an articulate person. In our discussion, we covered many of her past statements on various policy matters, and she was able to clarify what the media got right and what the media got wrong. Obviously, since she served in the Congress of the United States as a Democrat, I and she may not agree on every policy. However, Representative Gabbard made clear that she does not see her position as Director of National Intelligence as a policy-making decision. She understands that President Trump is the one who was elected. As Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's job will be simply to make sure that the intelligence community is able to provide the best, unbiased information to help President Trump make the proper decisions. She and I also spoke about some of my past oversight work regarding the intelligence community. I have had mixed results in getting legitimate information that I have sought, depending upon who was in that particular position. For instance, when Rick Grinnell became the acting Director of National Intelligence, I suddenly and surprisingly got material that I had asked for after being totally stonewalled by previous directors of national intelligence. Based on my conversation, I expect Tulsi Gabbard, along with CIA Director Ratcliffe, will ensure that the intelligence community will be forthcoming and fully responsible to Congress as we in Congress exercise our constitutional responsibility not only to pass laws and appropriate money, but to be a check on the executive branch of government to see that a president, whether that president's Republican or Democrat, faithfully executes the laws as required by the Congress of the United States. Today, we're going to take a procedural vote on Kash Patel's nomination to be Director of the FBI. I want to take a few minutes to express my support for his nomination and to urge my Democratic colleagues to consider voting for this nomination. Mr. Patel's resume doesn't look like a normal one for FBI director, but everybody knows in this Congress and maybe in the United States that we're not living in normal times. As I've exposed through my oversight work, the FBI has been infected by politicalization, and this storied agency has been weaponized against political opponents. Mr. Patel's the right man at the right time. His career has been a study in fighting for honor, exposing corruption, and putting America first. Mr. Patel's served as a public defender, a counterterrorism prosecutor under President Obama, and a House staffer. In the House, he worked to expose Crossfire Hurricane as a political hit job that was based on discredited information paid for, would you believe it, by the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign. After exposing the Russiagate scandal in Congress, Mr. Patel then went on to serve as Senior Director of Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, Deputy Director of National Intelligence, and Chief of Staff to the Acting Secretary of Defense. He's fought for transparency and accountability in government. I fought for this in Congress for decades. That's the right approach, because everybody knows more transparency in government brings accountability by those of us serving in the government. In other words, the public business should be public. Because of his efforts in exposing corruption, Mr. Patel has been relentlessly attacked, as we've seen over the last 2 months. These smears began long before his confirmation hearing. I understand why he's been targeted in this way. He exposed a threat to the existing system, a system that has retaliated against whistleblowers, engaged in unprecedented lawfare against the president and the American people, and obstructed congressional oversight. Mr. Patel will end these abuses. He will restore the FBI to its essential mission of keeping Americans safe. Mr. Patel's vision for a new FBI is why he's been endorsed by organizations representing more than 680,000 law enforcement officers and by dozens of former and current FBI agents, state attorneys general, and U.S. attorneys. They trust Mr. Patel, and we should as well. I urge all of my colleagues to support Mr. Patel's nomination. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum. We'll be voting on the nomination of Kash Patel to serve as director of the FBI. I have spoken with my colleagues on this nomination within the last couple days, but I want to spend a few more minutes urging my colleagues to vote for Mr. Patel's confirmation. Mr. Patel's career shows that he's a man who will fight to defend the Constitution and fight to expose corruption. This is exactly the kind of experience the FBI director needs. For almost a decade now, Mr. Patel served as a public defender, defending the constitutional rights of least popular people in America. After serving as public defender, Mr. Patel joined the Department of Justice under Democrat President Obama as counterterrorism prosecutor in National Security Division. In this role, he investigated and he prosecuted many important cases, including the World Cup bombing in Uganda in 2010, for which he received the Award of Excellence. In 2017, Representative Devin Nunes asked Mr. Patel to join the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence to uncover the truth about Russiagate. And Mr. Patel did uncover the truth. Through tireless work in regard to that investigation, Mr. Patel showed that Crossfire Hurricane was based on fraudulent, even discredited information, actually paid for by the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign. After exposing the Russiagate scandal in Congress, Mr. Patel then went on to serve in senior national security positions in the National Security Council, then as a deputy director of national intelligence, and as chief of staff to the acting Secretary of Defense. Mr. Patel managed large intelligence and defense bureaucracies, identified and countered national security threats, and prosecuted and defended the accused. He's done this while fighting for transparency and accountability in government. We all know that things are transparent the people that are connected with them are going to be more accountable, and we also know that the public's business in this great democracy of ours ought to be public. Mr. Patel experienced, and Mr. Patel had vision in why he's been endorsed by organizations representing more than 680,000 law enforcement officers and by dozens of former and current FBI agents, state attorneys general, and U.S. attorneys. These people understand law enforcement. These people understand the rule of law. And these people who have endorsed Mr. Patel trust that he will do the right thing. And we should as well today by voting for Mr. Patel. I want to speak now to those who have viciously opposed Mr. Patel's nomination. At the heart of their opposition is the fear that he'll act like Democrats did when Democrats were in power. So these Democrats are afraid that the FBI under Mr. Patel's leadership will use lawfare against political opponents, like the FBI used lawfare against President Trump and others. These Democrats are afraid he'll use subpoena power and coordinate with the media to target those seeking accountability, just like Democrats did against Mr. Patel and also against my own investigative staff. These Democrats are afraid that he'll deploy the FBI to conduct investigations and engage in surveillance against those who disagree, like they did with Catholic families and parents expressing concern at school board meetings. These Democrats are afraid that he'll retaliate against whistleblowers like the Biden administration did against FBI and IRS agents who blew the whistle. After reviewing Mr. Patel's record and listening to his testimony at his hearing, I'm convinced that these fears that the Democrats have are unfounded. Mr. Patel's leadership will not be business as usual in the FBI as it has been in previous administrations when the FBI, the people on the 7th floor, not the local agents, were used for political weaponization. Mr. Patel told us at our hearing he wants to reduce FBI involvement in politics and domestic surveillance. Mr. Patel wants to end political investigations and strengthen protections for whistleblowers. Mr. Patel wants to make the FBI accountable once again, get back the reputation that the FBI has had historically for law enforcement, and he wants to hold the FBI accountable to Congress, to the President, and most importantly, to the people they serve, the American taxpayer. My Democratic colleagues often lament that Mr. Patel won't protect the independence of the FBI. But there's a fine line between independent judgment and being accountable. The FBI has been accountable all too long. My Democratic colleagues decry the recent firing of FBI agents and somehow want to blame Mr. Patel for those personal decisions. That isn't fair, obviously, because he's not running the FBI. As my oversight has shown, many of those fired agents were behind the retaliation against multiple FBI whistleblowers. They ruined lives and careers for their own political ends. They should be held accountable, and yes, they should have been and have been fired. The FBI has also kept too many secrets. It has hid from the duly elected members of Congress the origins of the lawfare against President Trump, which we all know and which I've shown in my exposure of a lot of emails, was a large part from the anti-Trump agent Timothy Thibault. And now, based on testimony from soon-to-be Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, we know that the Biden DOJ and FBI violated process by not sharing evidence with Trump's defense team that could have helped Trump's case against the government. If that happened, now just think, if that happened on the Democrat side, you wouldn't hear the end of it. Yet, you can't hear a peep today from my Democratic colleagues. The government hid its investigations into those who dared to question the Democrat Party line. But then, when it's convenient for political reasons, the FBI would leak or coordinate with the media to hide the truth and to smear people. We need to restore transparency. We need to restore oversight. We need to restore accountability at the FBI, particularly on that top floor of the Hoover Building. Mr. Patel is exactly the man that can do that. And it's why those who benefit from the status quo have come so forcefully against him with a relentless smear campaign. Mr. Patel is a reformer, and we need a reformer in the FBI. We need to restore the public trust, and we need to return the FBI to its core mission, which is to keep people on the people in our streets safe. Bottom line, it's the people doing the everyday work at the FBI, enforcing the law, solving crimes that the people on the 7th floor of the Hoover Building should be doing instead of thinking how we can get at our political enemies. I will be voting to confirm Mr. Patel, and I urge my colleagues to do the same thing. I yield.
Chair recognizes the senator from Iowa.
I rise to support the budget resolution that's before the United States Senate. Speaking to that, I want to remind people of some history. These famous words came from Rahm Emanuel, President Obama's chief of staff. It dates from about 2008. He famously said, quote, "You never want a serious crisis to go away," end of quote. There's no statement that better encapsulates the mindset of the previous administration. We all know Americans are struggling to cope with economic and social disruption. still carrying on from the pandemic. The Biden administration saw a real opportunity, an opportunity to permanently increase the size and scope of government. They said that they wanted to transform America. I hope everybody on my side of the aisle wants to preserve America. In my view, it makes sense in times of national emergency for government to take steps to help individuals, families, and small businesses weather that storm. But once the crisis subsides, so should the programs and spending enacted in response. Yet, here we are in 2025. Federal spending as a share of the economy remains at levels never seen outside of war or national emergency like recessions or depressions. In 2019, before the pandemic, the total federal spending totaled $450 billion. In 2024, the federal government spent over $2 trillion more. So that's a total of $6.75 trillion, a relative increase of over 50%. We must begin to put spending back on a path of normalcy, and that's why we're having this debate that we call the budget resolution. The path to normalcy is a spending path that accounts for the historic inflation of the past 4 years, as well as population growth. Now, there's a lot of people in this body that would say that spending that much is still too much, but I think it fits in with the principle of the 1974 budget resolution. Once inflation and population growth are factored in, federal spending in 2024 remained roughly $1 trillion above pre-pandemic levels. And if Social Security and Medicare and interest on the debt are set to the side, federal spending was still over $500 billion above 2019 levels. And I hope you'll study the chart here that shows what I just told you. Unless we have a course correction, our national debt will set a new record as a share of our economy in 2028. That is eclipsing the previous high water set in the wake of the World War II. And you can see that here in the period of time where it was at World War II. As another Democrat said, elections have consequences. So, as a part of the November mandate, President Trump is looking for ways to reduce wasteful government spending. And through this budget resolution before the Senate now, we plan to help in that process. But in fact, that power should rest with here. The president shouldn't have to do it. But it's Congress that has the power of the purse, and we'll have to do the heavy lifting. Getting out of the fiscal hole that we've dug for ourselves requires that we first stop digging. The budget that we're debating this week takes that first step, and some people would say too small of a first step. Any new spending will have to be accomplished by reductions in spending elsewhere. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on a return to fiscal sanity, and that fiscal. Today is Estonian Independence Day. On this day in 1918, the Estonians declared their independence from the Russian Empire. They had to fight a war against both Germans and the army of Soviet Russia to secure their independence in a treaty 1920. In that treaty, Russia announced any claims to the Estonian territory and recognized the independence and sovereignty of Estonia forever. Forever lasted only 20 years because the Soviet Union illegally occupied Estonia as well as Latvia and Lithuania for the next 50 years. 10% of the population of the Baltic countries was deported or sent to labor camps. The United States always saw the occupation of the Baltics as illegitimate and recognized their sovereignty throughout the entire Cold War. In the depths of the Cold War, it was hard to imagine that the Baltics would ever regain their independence. But today, to the contrary, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are vibrant, prosperous, and free. And of course, that irritates Putin, the KGB dictator of Russia. Today is also the 3-year anniversary of Russia's brutal, all-out invasion of Ukraine. 3 years ago, Russian tanks were rolling towards Kiev, and we all thought a total takeover of Ukraine by Russia was inevitable. As we know, instead, Ukrainians fighting for their homeland stopped and then pushed back the Russians, taking back 50% of the territory the Russians initially occupied. Today, Russia continues to gradually capture Ukrainian territory by force. With the help of North Korean soldiers, the Russian military is making small territorial gains, but at incredible cost in Russian lives and equipment. According to defense calculations, at the rate Russia is advancing in Ukraine today, it would take 83 years to reach Kyiv. 3 years ago, we thought Ukraine didn't stand a chance against the mighty Russian military. Everyone assumed Russia would conquer all of Ukraine and do it very quickly. 3 years in, the Russian military can't even conquer the territories in the east of Ukraine that Putin claims to have already annexed. In the areas that Russia has occupied, churches have been closed, evangelicals persecuted for their faith, civilians have been tortured, killed, and tossed into mass graves. Children have been kidnapped, at least 20,000, and are being brainwashed to forget who they are and adopt a Russian identity where they now live. The Ukrainian people want peace desperately, and I hope it comes soon. The Ukrainian people want this peace because that's best for them as the entire globe. But just like their Baltic friends before them, Ukrainians will never concede their sovereignty, and they will never give up on their countrymen who are currently under brutal occupation. The question is, what will make KGB Putin give up his imperial dreams of reestablishing the Soviet Empire? As we think about how we end this war in Ukraine, there's a lot going on right now. I don't think we want to forget that Putin has said very definitely over the last 20 years in speeches he wants to reestablish the Soviet Empire. I think this citizen of the United States, this senator, ought to consider sometimes we get driven by ideological waves that tend to think we got all the answers. We can remember that there were a lot of conservative Republicans during the 1930s that thought Hitler was on the right track to bring peace to the world. And then we had a lot of liberals at that time, even through World War II, who thought that the Joseph Stalin's murderous regime was the answer to all of our questions and all the problems that this world has. Now we have people who think Russia is somehow a good nation. They've institutionalized corruption in that country. They murder their political opponents. They imprison citizens with mild criticism to the country. They hold American citizens hostage, and hundreds of thousands of their people have been killed in this useless war. Conservatives imagined that Russia doesn't exist today, as I just described, so they're willing to sit down with people has no political liberties, no political opposition, and it seems to me that's something that this senator would not do. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, it's been my great honor to represent the state of Illinois in this chamber for many years. And I've been present for a lot of proceedings which are memorable, some historic. I can't think of one in its simplicity that is as important as what we witnessed in the last hour in debate. We are literally asking a fundamental question about our democracy that is seldom asked. It's rare that we have a circumstance where we have to ask it, but we certainly understand in this situation that it must be resolved. What I tried to do in establishing this resolution was to make it as pointed, as direct, and as simple as possible. There are whereas clauses which are little or no consequence, but the resolution clause is so simple and direct that I want to repeat it before I make my request for a unanimous consent. Resolved that the Senate affirms that, number one, Article 3 of the Constitution of the United States vests the judicial power of the United States in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. Number two, as Chief Justice Marshall held in Supreme Court's landmark 1803 decision, Marbury versus Madison, it is emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is. And number three, the Constitution of the United States and established precedent require the executive branch to comply with all federal court rulings. That's it. It acknowledges Article 3, establishing the courts. It acknowledges Marbury versus Madison, one of the very first cases any student of law in the United States must understand. And number three, it says clearly the Constitution and established precedent require the executive branch to comply with all federal court rulings. I'm sorry that we have reached a point in our history where we even have to ask the question, but shame on us if we don't. This is not a political resolution. I've tried to make it as apolitical as possible because it gets to these basic principles. I want to thank my colleagues who came forward on the floor to say a word in support of this resolution. And now, Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 108, affirming the rule of law and the legitimacy of judicial review, which is at the desk. Further, I ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from Iowa.
I've always advocated due respect for federal courts, and particularly over the last few years, I've opposed a vicious smear campaign by Democrats designed to undermine faith in our Supreme Court and our judicial system. Now that we have a Republican president, my Democrat colleagues appear to have newfound respect for the courts. It wasn't very long ago that they were singing a different time and a different tune. In the last few years, Democrats have called the Supreme Court, quote, controlled by creepy right-wing billionaires, a radical Supreme Court, and a partisan and reactionary court, end of quote. One of my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee said, quote, the idea that you can trust a Supreme Court has been blown to smithereens, end of quote. Another committee colleague declared, quote, I oppose these justices, end of quote. And yet another committee colleague questioned, quote, how can they call it an honorable court? The far-right justices are cherry-picking their way through constitutional text and history to impose their own ideological agenda on the American people, end of quote. Over the last few years, Democrats have repeatedly threatened the court for ruling in ways that they did not like. Famously, in 2020, the Senate Democratic leaders threatened the court to influence its rulings on abortion. He said, quote, I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwinds, and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions, end quote. And in the wake of the 2024 presidential immunity decision, Democratic House minority leaders said, quote, House Democrats will engage in aggressive oversight and legislative activity with respect to the Supreme Court to ensure that the extreme far-right justices in the majority are brought into compliance with the Constitution, end of quote. Now, I'm happy that Democrats have finally discovered the importance of respecting the judiciary. They certainly didn't hold this view when President Biden was in office. President Biden ignored the court's position that the CDC's eviction moratorium was unconstitutional, and his own lawyer's advice that he couldn't do it. He went ahead and extended the moratorium anyway, and the court had to strike it down. President Biden boasted once that the court's decision on student loan forgiveness, quote, didn't stop him, end quote. The Biden administration undermined the court's 2023 decision that racial discrimination in college admissions is unconstitutional and even issued a dear colleague letter on how to circumvent that ruling. More broadly, President Biden flouted law after law throughout his entire administration. He ignored the plain text of our immigration laws, the parole statute, our civil rights laws in the name of advancing his agenda. And you know what? I heard no complaint from my Democrat colleagues. Although I fully agree that Congress stands for the rule of law, this resolution is nothing but a partisan messaging statement. President Trump has been clear on this. Just a few weeks ago, he said, quote, "I'll always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal. The answer is, I always abide by the courts," end of quote. There have been numerous extreme orders from various district courts improperly encroaching on core Article 2 powers. President Trump and his administration have worked diligently to abide by those orders, no matter how outrageous, by appealing them and challenging their scope and reach. He is completely within his right to do so, and his conduct is appropriate and legitimate. Our constitutional system has a robust system of checks and balances. The executive branch must abide by the courts, and the courts must also ensure that their rulings are respectful of jurisdictional limits, and particularly our famous separation of powers. Some of the recent orders of individual district judges issued on an expedited basis with nationwide, very broad nationwide impact have concerned me. I think Congress needs to examine this issue closely. Concerns about nationwide injunctions, temporary restraining orders have been raised on both sides of the aisle across presidential administrations. And if my colleagues want to work with me on it, we will head down that route of addressing those abuses. For today's purposes, however, this resolution is incomplete. And coming from Democrats, I think it shows that they're totally inconsistent. It unfairly targets President Trump. In turn, then, it ignores the Democratic attacks on the legitimacy of the court, and it ignores President Biden's flagrant violation of law. So, I am offering Senator Durbin an opportunity that he can't turn down, a resolution to highlight the inappropriate attacks by Democrats against the legitimacy of the Supreme Court, and to clarify the executive branch must comply with lawful orders. So the point is that I ask that the senator would modify his request that the Grassley amendment to the resolutions at the desk be considered and agreed to, and the Grassley amendment to the preamble at the desk be considered and agreed to.
Is there an objection to the modification?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I'd like to ask a question of my friend, the chairman, when it comes to the modification which he is suggesting. Does this include in one request both modifications that we've been given?
Yes, it does.
And so I want to make certain, particularly, that I understand the modification to the resolution clause. And if I understand it correctly, you are adding a word. Perhaps you can clarify that as to whether or not there is a requirement of the executive branch to comply with all federal court rulings. Do you modify that particular sentence?
Yeah, that's right.
And do you add the word lawful?
Yes.
So, Mr. President, I think I want to clarify so that for the record and for history, there's no dispute. there are differences of opinion about court orders in the past. I would say, without fear of contradiction, that though President Biden's name has been mentioned repeatedly, particularly when it comes to the forgiveness of student loan debt, there was never any acknowledgement of defiance of any court order, period. There was a court order against the Biden administration, and President Biden did not agree with it, but went forward with a different approach to the law. He was never found in contempt, nor any suggestion made that he violated a court order. His name's been mentioned many times, but that just doesn't square with the reality. Here's the difficulty. Think about this for a second. Under Marbury versus Madison, we basically said it is the province and duty of the Judicial Department, judges and courts, to say what the law is. And then the modification being made by the senator from Iowa says you only have to abide by lawful court rulings. I state that correctly?
I think we need to clarify, because I think your inference is that Trump has violated some Trump orders. He has not. In fact, this very day, the Supreme Court ruled against him on a 5-4 decision that goes back to the lower court to make a firm decision. And so you can't say that the court system isn't working against President Trump as it worked against President Biden.
That's a fair criticism. I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that President Trump has violated a court order. I don't know that he has. The question is, whenever an order is issued either for him or against him, will he obey the order? Will he acknowledge that that is his lawful responsibility? That's what it comes down to. I'm not looking prospectively or in history, his brief time in the presidency this round, but rather saying that whatever the court order in the future, whether for him or against him, he's bound by that court order. And you have added the word lawful court order. I'm not sure if the court is to decide the law and they decide in his favor, then the law is acknowledged to be binding on him and his actions. Conversely, if the ruling is against him and the court order is against him, I hope you would acknowledge that that is lawful and that he has to follow it even though it ruled against him. That is simple constitutional law. I'm not presuming how the court will rule, but I'm saying however it rules, he is bound by that ruling. Do you agree with me, Senator?
I have made very clear that we have a separation of powers, and each branch has to respect the other's powers.
Well, I acknowledge that as well. The question is, does that mean that the executive branch is bound by the decision of the court and has to follow a court order, whether it is for or against the administration?
I think what I'd like to do is, do you agree with my amendment or you don't, so we can move on and get to other important stuff today? I want to help you get your resolution through, and I wanted just to say what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
That is basic Midwestern philosophy, which we share, and I don't disagree with you. But I think the addition of the word lawful in the final sentence equivocates on what the Constitution's clarity is. So I'm going to object with the possibility that we can work on this together to see if there's a way to reach a conclusion. I think this is so basic. You have served honorably in the United States Senate for an entire career. And the point that I'm getting to is we ought to make certain that moving forward there is clarity on this most basic checks and balances constitutional provision.
Is there an objection to the modification?
I object to the modification as written.
Is there an objection to the original request?
Reserving the right to object before I do object, I want Senator Durbin to know that if there's things like this that we ought to work out, but we can't be complaining about the courts if we got a Democrat president and not complaining, just complaining when we have a Republican president. And I think there's enough abuses of these nationwide orders to stop certain activity that our committee ought to be looking at and reviewing and see if they aren't being abused. I object.
It's heard.
Senator from Iowa.
For my colleagues who are protectionists, I think that when it comes to the issue of trade, we need less of Peter Navarro and more of Adam Smith. I think the certainty that comes with trade policy will benefit our economy the most. Hopefully, we don't have a government shutdown this week. I want my colleagues to remember that it costs money to shut down the government, costs money to open the government up. There's even some money being wasted this week as bureaucrats plan for a possible shutdown. And the government is supposed to be service for the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning. I would also like to address my colleagues to remind them of the genocide of the 1990s in the Western Balkan region of the world, and of the Dayton Peace Accords of 1995 that brought an end to that genocide. For years, the leaders of the Serb entity within the country of Bosnia, Mr. Dodik, I think it's pronounced, has been threatening to have the Serb part secede. Remember that there was a war and a genocide in the 1990s because of people like Mr. Dodik acting like he is now. He has a predecessor serving life in prison for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Many Bosnians who suffered from that terrible ethnic violence came to Iowa for protection and have enriched our state and nation. Many of these Iowans have friends and family still in Bosnia. I spoke to some of them last Friday about an escalating crisis with frightening echoes of the great violence of the 1990s. Mr. Dodik was sentenced by a Bosnian court for unconstitutional actions that reject the authority of Bosnian state institutions. So, rather than stop, he chose to double down. The Bosnian Serb Assembly has now passed and implemented laws prohibiting the functioning of Bosnian state-level security and judicial institutions in that area. Provincial institutions there have been ordered to use force to stop and prevent the lawful actions and operations of a Bosnian state. Bosnians who are loyal to their country or who these ethnic separatists do not consider Serbs, those people are at risk, including family members of my fellow Iowans. This concerns me greatly. Now, the United States, through Secretary Rubio, is taking some action, making it clear that it is also of great concern to the Trump administration. Western Balkan stability has been a U.S. priority across administrations: Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, and now Trump again. I'm following this situation very closely. America is also watching who in the region is supporting stability and who is backing the return to ethnic separatism and the possible genocide that could once again happen. Remember, it didn't end well for those same people in the 1990s. I will work with the Trump administration to make sure that we keep up the pressure on Mr. Dodik and his allies to stop and respect the Dayton Peace Accords that ended this violence in 1995. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Recognizes the senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a good day for the Senate and a good day for the American people. The Senate will soon pass a bill that is entitled Halt Fentanyl Act. The House is expected to take the measure up very soon and send it to President Trump, who's waiting with pen in hand to enact one of his campaign promises. The Halt Fentanyl Act permanently schedules these deadly substances that have been the main driver of overdose deaths in the United States. No longer does the Drug Enforcement Agency need to play this game of whack-a-mole every time a cartel develops a new fentanyl knockoff. In other words, today a fentanyl knockoff might be illegal and then change the chemical makeup of it and it becomes legal. It's a nightmare for law enforcement. So no longer will Congress be kicking the can down the road with temporary extensions, and we've had many, many extensions over the last several years to keep fentanyl scheduled and its analog scheduled in one. It also revises policies to research Schedule I substances. These are changes the research community has welcomed. Drug overdoses in the United States has exploded to the highest levels we've ever seen. And of course, this is thanks to fentanyl and fentanyl knockoffs. Drug Enforcement Agency has called fentanyl and its knockoffs, quote, the deadliest drug threat the United States has ever faced, end of quote. Since 2016, I've been raising the alarm on deadly synthetic drugs like fentanyl. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I held a hearing on these substances and the need to stay ahead of these peddlers of this poison. Sadly, it's taken us 9 long years to get permanently scheduling of these deadly knockoffs. Of course, we thank each of the previous Congresses that on a temporary basis extended these scheduling of fentanyl and fentanyl knockoffs. But this bipartisan Halt Fentanyl Act takes care of this by making it permanent. Senators Cassidy, Heinrich, and Johnson were very instrumental in this effort. Their interest in permanently scheduling fentanyl knockoffs inspired the Senate to move this bill to the floor. Republican leadership was also crucial in prioritizing this bill for the floor and helping us navigate the floor process. Credit is also due to our House colleagues, Representative Griffith, Chairman Guthrie, and now retired Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, who led and championed the Halt Fentanyl Act on the House side. I'd also like to thank Dr. Tim Westlake, who came up with the temporary scheduling structure that we've been using since the year 2018. He has testified before my committee and before the Congress on numerous occasions, and I thank him for his hard work and unflappable dedication. So, in the end, this campaign earned the support of nearly every major law enforcement organization and also several medical associations and research associations supporting the research component of this bill. And most importantly, we must say thanks to the countless families organized over a long period of time across the country that have lost loved ones to fentanyl poisoning and not giving up on this type of legislation to make permanent the scheduling. So I want to thank my Senate staff who helped make this possible, especially Colleen Bloss and Michael Perkins, who spearheaded this effort for me and all the committee members. Together, we've taken steps to open the doors of research, to permanently schedule the deadliest substance the United States has ever faced, and to send a clear message that Congress is willing and ready to act. Together, we've taken an important step to live up to our commitment to our constituents and to the loved ones lost, to put them first and to serve them. I yield. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor to make a unanimous consent request. That is a process in the Senate where we agree on things because no one disagrees. Unanimous consent. I've made this request before. Senator Grassley, who is my colleague and friend from the state of Iowa, different political party, but occasionally we do agree. He has a different point of view, and he is likely to object, but I'll keep my fingers crossed that my speech will be so convincing that perhaps he'll change his mind. We'll see. But what we're basically discussing on the floor at this point is whether or not, if the court issues an order, a public official has to follow the order. It's pretty basic. It gets down to the daily routine of courtrooms across the nation, and now it has more meaning because there's a question as to whether this new president, President Trump, is going to follow a court order if it's handed down by a court. So my unanimous consent request is one on basic principle as to whether or not people, elected officials, are required to follow court orders. And I'd like to make a statement in support of what I'm offering. So I've come to the floor several times in recent weeks to speak about unacceptable attacks on the federal judiciary, the federal courts, by President Trump and his allies. These attacks are not only wrong, but dangerous. It's posing a serious threat to our constitutional order. I'm sorry to say that the attacks on our judges and our judiciary have not stopped as I've made these requests on the floor. Instead, they have grown worse. Last week, President Trump himself called for the impeachment of a federal judge simply because the judge ruled against the Trump administration. The president's MAGA loyalists were quick to pile on when he did that. Elon Musk has demanded the impeachment of federal judges dozens of times, and House Republicans rushed to introduce articles of impeachment in the House. In response to this unprecedented attack on the federal judiciary, Chief Justice Roberts on the Supreme Court issued a rare statement. It reads, and I quote, "For more than 2 centuries, it's been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. Yet this relentless campaign against the judiciary has continued. On Friday, President Trump issued a wild rant that read in part, and I quote, this is the president, "Unlawful nationwide injunctions by radical left judges could very well lead to the destruction of our country. Quote, these people are lunatics," close quote, the president's tweet read. There's been a lot of debate about when we will cross the threshold into a genuine constitutional crisis. I pray that it will never happen, but it will come down to a basic principle. The question is not when we're going to face this, it's whether we can afford to hold our breath and wait to see if the president will formally announce he will defy a court order. We must respond to the dangerous attacks on our courts and judges now. The Senate must speak with one voice, Republicans and Democrats, in defense of the judiciary, the separation of powers, the Constitution, and the country we love. This cannot and should not be a partisan issue. Last month, my colleague Senator Kennedy, Republican of Louisiana, admonished 2 Trump nominees who suggested in our hearing at the Judiciary Committee the executive branch can ignore court orders. Senator Kennedy said, and I quote, "Don't ever, ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of a federal court, ever. Now, you can disagree with it. Within the bounds of legal ethics, you can criticize it. You can appeal it, or you can resign," end of quote. Earlier this month, Senator Cornyn, Republican of Texas, said, and I quote, "You don't impeach judges who make decisions you disagree with. That happens all the time. What you do is appeal, and if you're right, then you're going to win on appeal," end of quote. These words by my Republican colleagues demonstrate an understanding of checks and balances and our Constitution. Some have argued that impeachment of judges is necessary because of the number of injunctions issued against President Trump compared to other presidents. They claim this is evidence that federal judges are biased against President Trump. I would suggest there's a more obvious explanation. The number of injunctions issued against the first and second Trump's administrations is evidence of a president who has repeatedly violated the law. I also want to respond to the baseless claims from, of all people, unelected Elon Musk and other MAGA allies that the most recent judge to be targeted by President Trump is some sort of radical ideologue. Let's be clear. Judge Boasberg is no partisan. He was actually appointed to the Superior Court of District of Columbia by a Republican president, George W. Bush. As a D.C. District Court judge, Judge Boasberg has issued many rulings that clearly illustrate impartiality. For example, he was the judge who ordered the release of thousands of Hillary Clinton's emails, and his decisions have favored President Trump's interests on several occasions. Other judges who have ruled against the Trump administration were appointed by Republican presidents, including some who were appointed by President Trump himself. He's not always going to win in court, but he seems to think he should. As Chief Justice Roberts said in 2018 in response to an earlier attack on the judiciary by the same president, President Trump, he said, quote, "We do not have Obama judges or Trump judges, Bush judges or Clinton judges. What we have is an extraordinary group of dedicated judges doing their level best to do equal right to those appearing before them." Unfortunately, leading Republicans, including Secretary Rubio and Elon Musk, have aligned themselves with the likes of El Salvador's Nayib Bukele, a foreign dictator in El Salvador who destroyed judicial independence in his own country and now is attempting to interfere in our internal affairs. Musk went so far as to endorse Bukele's false claim that, quote, "the U.S. is facing a judicial coup." Fortunately, the American people know better. A recent Washington Post poll found an overwhelming majority of Americans believe President Trump must follow federal court orders, including 79% of Republicans who agree with that. With strong bipartisan support, America knows no president is above the law, and the danger posed by the Trump administration attack on the judiciary is not abstract. The recent invective by the president and his allies has resulted in increased threats to the lives of judges and their families. That is absolutely unacceptable. Our judges should not fear for their lives and those of their loved ones because of their work. And if judges feel compelled to decide cases in favor of the president to avoid his wrath, we will no longer have an independent judiciary. We can debate the value of nationwide injunctions and the merits of any particular judicial decision. But violence or threats of violence, whether from the right or the left of the political spectrum, are never, never acceptable. In December of 1862, in the midst of the Civil War, a month before he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln submitted his second annual address to Congress. It was read aloud by the Secretary of the Senate. It included these famous words, and I quote, "We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth," end of quote. America retains this last best hope of earth for democracy and for freedom, for liberty and justice. It is up to both political parties to protect it. We have sworn to uphold and defend this Constitution. Now we're going to be tested. And an independent judiciary has nobly saved our nation many times throughout history. It's a critical pillar holding up our constitutional order. As Chief Justice Marshall famously declared, it is emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is, end of quote. And it is the duty of Congress to support the judicial branch against unwarranted attacks by the executive. For that reason, the resolution I offer today affirms that the Senate supports the rule of law, the judicial branch, and the Constitution. And so, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 136, affirming the rule of law and the legitimacy of judicial review, which is at the desk. Further, I ask the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from Iowa.
Before I give my reasons for objecting, I want to comment on a couple things in your remarks. Before you spoke about the time that we often agree. Just today, you and I won't go into the subject matter of it, but just today, you and I co-sponsored a bill together, as an example. The other thing I'd like to say before I go to my remarks is that I want to associate myself with your quote from our colleague Senator Cornyn, that you don't impeach judges just because of a decision, because we'd be impeaching judges all the time. That's my additional comment. And the third thing is to inform you, I hope I can get, as chairman of the Judiciary Committee, get something moving in this area. I happen to agree with some Democrats that in previous years it said some judges have they have gone way beyond what a judge should do on national injunctions. And I hope to find a solution for that. I would hope that you and I maybe could work on that together, because I know Democrats have made that same accusation about district court judges in one district out of 93 in the United States applying their decision nationally. So now I would like to go to my reason for objecting. A few weeks ago, I objected to a version of this resolution because I consider it something that both Republicans and Democrats do too much around here as nothing but a political messaging exercise. Today, I come here for the same reason. I won't stand by and allow my colleagues to imply that, quote unquote, the rule of law, those three words, only matters when there's a Republican president. As I explained a few weeks ago, the Biden administration engaged in 4 years of complete lawlessness. Instead of condemning it, Democrats viciously attacked the legitimacy of the courts for ruling against the Biden administration. The silence that we heard from Democrats about the rule of law during the Biden years is quite deafening. I won't repeat my last speech, but I'll expand on one of my previous objections. This resolution demands that the president comply with all court orders, but is completely silent about the role of the federal courts to adhere to the law themselves. For a number of years, but particularly in the last few months, we've seen increasingly sweeping, potentially lawless orders coming from any one of our 600 district judges. out of the 93 districts we have. Although our founders saw an important role for the judiciary, individual judges have empowered themselves to become nationwide policymakers as opposed to interpreting law. And I consider this very dangerous. In the last few weeks, individual unelected judges made policy decisions for the whole country. Some examples include ordering the president to stop deporting foreign terrorists, directing the military to enlist and retain transgender service members, directing who will and will not staff the president's administration. That's really extraordinary, I think. And then lastly, example, ordering the immediate expenditure of billions of dollars. One judge even went so far as to order the government to pay out $2 billion taxpayer dollars and do it within 36 hours. Much of this would go to organizations not even involved in the case, and the government would never be able to get this money back, even if they ultimately won on appeal. In the 2 months since President Trump has entered office, his administration has suffered more of these sweeping orders at the hands of district court judges than the Biden administration experienced in 4 years. I want to emphasize that. More obstacles to carrying out what the president wants to do in 2 months and stopped by the court more than the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. Has President Trump chosen to ignore this avalanche of irresponsible court orders? Flat out, no. He's appealed these outrageous decisions just as he promised he would do when he said, quote, "I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it." The answer is, I always abide by the courts, end quote. Appellate courts have responded by striking down many of the unlawful intrusions into presidential authority, but the core problem remains. The President of the United States shouldn't have to ask permission from more than 600 different district court judges to manage the executive branch that he was elected to lead. The practice of sweeping nationwide injunctions, broad restraining orders, and judicial policy making must end. It's unconstitutional, it's anti-democratic, and it's imprudent. If the Supreme Court won't stop it, then Congress must. And I wish the Supreme Court would get on this and do it right away. This issue isn't a partisan issue. And I want to work with Democrats, as I just said to Senator from Illinois. Democrats work with us to fix this. In the past, Democrats and Republicans have both criticized nationwide injunctions and the power of individual district judges. My Democratic colleagues have even proposed legislation to rein in some of these abuses. You don't have to take my word for it. In 2022, Justice Ella Kagan correctly observed, quote, "It just can't be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for the years it takes to go through the normal process." In 2024, President Biden's Solicitor General, Elizabeth Prelogar, argued before the Supreme Court. Now listen to this quote: "A court of equity may grant relief only to the parties before it. The district court violated that principle by issuing a universal injunction purporting to enjoin the act itself and forbidding the enforcement of the act even against non-parties, end of quote. So, as I told Senator Durbin, I hope to soon be holding a hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee to address this matter and even introduce legislation to end these abuses. And that's why I hope we can make it a Democrat and Republican colleagues joining in this effort. For the resolution at hand, Mr. President, I propose an amendment. So it reads, quote, "The Constitution of the United States and established precedents require the executive branch to comply with all lawful federal court rulings. This simple change of one word, lawful, will show that Congress expects both the executive branch and the judicial branch to respect the rule of law and constitutional constraints. My amendment mirrors what the Chief Justice said in 2024. The Chief Justice rightly raised concerns about the intimidation and the threats leveled at the court in the wake of the Dobbs decision. He said, quote, "The final threat to judicial independence is defiance of judgments lawfully entered by courts of competent jurisdiction," end of quote. Had no problem adding the word lawful in. We shouldn't have it any other way. So I ask, therefore, I ask the senator, my friend from Illinois, to modify his request such that the Grassley amendment to the resolution at the next be considered and agreed to.
Is there an objection to the modification?
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, the resolution that I offer today is short and straightforward. It is not complicated. It simply restates a bedrock principle of our democratic system of government. That is, the responsibility of the judiciary to say what the law is. And second, the executive branch is required to comply with court orders. It's just that simple. I offered a similar resolution 3 weeks ago. It included some language which my friend from Iowa did not like. I took that language out. I want to get down to the basics here, the very basics. He made reference to the Dobbs decision. That overturned Roe versus Wade on abortion, a controversial issue in the United States since that decision in '72, but a decision that was overturned by the court. There were many who disagreed with that court's approach to it and said that it was inconsistent with the precedent and inconsistent with what the justices had promised. And yet, when it was all over, no one filed articles of impeachment against the Supreme Court, and there were no threats, I know, personal threats and physical threats on the justices and their families. There should never be. Violence is never acceptable. After my colleague from Iowa objected to my previous language, I made it very simple. Simple fact, the Vice President and other prominent officials have suggested the executive branch may disregard a federal court order. This, unfortunately, would be an item in controversy that could really threaten our constitutional democracy. And that's why I've asked that this very simple statement that everyone must follow the law when it comes to court orders be made part of the official record of the Senate. With those changes, there's absolutely nothing objectionable in this resolution. Yet my colleague seeks to add language that will only muddle what this Senate should make clear. By stating that the executive branch only needs to follow, and I quote, lawful court orders, which is what the senator from Iowa suggested, the amendment begs the question of who decides whether a court order is lawful. This suggests that in some case the president's going to decide rather than judiciary. The responsibility to decide whether a court order is lawful is, in the words of Chief Justice Marshall, quote, emphatically the province and the duty of the judiciary. If the president disagrees with a court order, his only option is to appeal it. And I've added language to my resolution stating that simple fact. Otherwise, the president would be above the law. America does not accept it, the Constitution does not accept it, and we should be bold enough and courageous enough to stand on a bipartisan basis and reject it as well. The other amendment implies that courts are ruling against the administration because of, quote, different policy preferences rather than following the law. Over and over and over again, thousands and thousands of times, we have had judicial nominees appear in the Judiciary Committee who, when asked the basic question of what would you do in court if you had to make a decision, they say, I will follow the law. That is the basic. Now, their decision on the law may be different than yours or mine or some other judge, but the fact of the matter is they do believe, at least they tell us, that is their bedrock responsibility. This resolution is nonpartisan, it's clear, it should be bipartisan. We ought to make it clear once and for all that no president, Biden or President Trump or any other president in the future, is above the law. Any further amendment is unnecessary, undermines a simple, straightforward message which we should stand together and speak. For these reasons, I object.
Is there an objection to the original request?
Are you asking about the original one?
Yes.
I object.
Objections heard.
President,
Gentleman from Iowa.
today, 20 of my colleagues and I will introduce legislation to stop the abuse of universal injunctions that we're seeing all across the country. All of this to stop the Trump agenda. Universal injunctions violate the words of the Constitution that we read that the courts can only hear cases or controversy. And that's a requirement of Article 3 of the Constitution because they apply court orders to people, not even parties to the lawsuits. So the necessity for doing away with universal injunctions violating the case and controversy requirements. Universal injunctions were almost unheard of for the first 175 years of our history and only became common in the last decade. In addition to being unconstitutional, they're also anti-democratic. Universal injunctions have become a favorite tool of those seeking to obstruct President Trump's agenda. Individual district judges who don't even have authority over any of the other 92 district courts are single-handedly vetoing policies the American people elected President Trump to implement. Now, universal injunctions have been used against both Democrat and Republican administrations since they have sprung up so numerously in the last few years. But in the past 2 months alone, judges have issued more universal injunctions against the Trump administration than President Biden faced throughout the entire four-year term. By exercising power this way, the courts are doing great damage to the judicial process that they should be working to protect, and the Supreme Court could stop this whole process, but the Supreme Court has not taken such action. So, it's Congress's job to legislate. So, what would you expect? I'm introducing legislation to solve this problem. My bill prevents judges from providing non-party relief, make temporary restraining orders immediately appealable, and reset the separation of powers. In short, I'm trying to fix a bipartisan problem that has been plaguing both Democratic and Republican administrations alike. I yield the floor. I'm here to draw attention and to condemn another outrageous attack that was aimed at the Jewish community here in the United States. specifically Boulder, Colorado. Yesterday, a deranged individual took a homemade flamethrower and Molotov cocktails to attack individuals marching for the release of Israeli hostages held by terrorist group Hamas. This deranged individual allegedly yelled the words, "Free Palestine." He yelled this during the attack. Reporting suggests that the individual may have overstayed his visa that the Biden administration gave him and was then in the country illegally. This is the third high-profile attack on the Jewish community in the last 2 months. This sort of hate is completely unacceptable in our society, and of course, we all know it needs to stop. I commend FBI Director Patel for quickly responding and launching a full investigation into this targeted attack. I trust that the FBI and the law enforcement will do their job and swiftly find justice for these victims. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum. I don't need
call
a
the roll.
copy. On June the 14th, 1775, the Continental Congress passed a resolution creating what we know today as the United States Army. Since its establishment 250 years ago, tens of millions of American patriots have put their lives on the line to protect national security, defend our allies, and fight tyranny and terror from distant shores. Today, the Army comprises of roughly 450,000 active duty servicemen, 325,000 National Guardsmen, and 176,000 members of the Reserve, making the United States Army the largest branch of the military. I want to thank our brave men and women in uniform for their sacrifices to our country. Their dedication and their selflessness have made our nation safer, and the first priority of the federal government ought to be our own national security. Now, we have to think back to President George Washington's first annual address to Congress, where he said, quote, "To be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving the peace," end of quote. That includes a non-negotiable tenet of America's national security, which is peace through strength. I've said before, and I want to reiterate, we must be prepared at all times to stamp out aggression because weakness is provocative. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and a strong and capable military is the best way to do that. In a few short weeks, we will celebrate Independence Day. I encourage all Americans to recognize and appreciate the freedoms that the Army has defended for 250 years, and I will continue to defend that in the future. And I want to thank President Trump for bringing attention to the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army with the festivities that are going on this weekend in Washington, D.C. I yield the floor.
Pro Tem.
Today, I come to the floor to speak about a favorite topic that my friends know I'm proud of, protecting whistleblowers and the roles that they play in government. I've long held that government oversight can't be done with the patriotic work of whistleblowers. Even department and agency heads need whistleblowers to know what's really going on in their respective departments and agencies. I tell people that come to my office before their Senate confirmation that whether you're in a very small number of employees agency or hundreds of thousands of employees in your agencies, you're at the top. You can't know what's going on at the bottom, and that you need to listen to whistleblowers, and they usually come forward with very important information. When they don't get that respect from the department heads, they usually end up coming to the Congress, and many of them come to the office of this senator. Just this year, to show you the importance of whistleblowers, I made records public exposing the political origin of Arctic frost. Arctic frost is the case that ultimately became one of Jack Smith's cases against President Trump. Anti-Trump FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors started Arctic frost based on even more records that I've made public. Those very same anti-Trump FBI agents were involved in the investigation and prosecution of Peter Navarro, now serving with President Trump in the White House, like he did in the first Trump administration. Those agents that took on Peter Navarro were Assistant Special Agent in Charge Thibault and Special Agent Walter Giagardina. Whistleblowers have also disclosed to me that J.P. Cooney wanted to potentially open yet another case on Trump. J.P. Cooney was Jack Smith's deputy. Allegedly, Cooney wanted to use compulsory process to obtain more information. He improperly based that desire to do so in the large part on partisan news outlets. And guess who was included in the communication about the new case against Trump? That same person's name shows up, Special Agent Walter Giagardina. I'll have more to speak on that matter later. Whistleblowers have told me that Special Agent Giagardina openly stated his desire to investigate Trump, even if it meant false predication. I've been able to make all these records publicly available because of brave, patriotic whistleblowers. They're patriots to the highest order. And a lot of this information that I received from whistleblowers wouldn't have been made available or even known that it existed without the help of these whistleblowers. And because of those whistleblowers, it's now an absolute fact that these cases against President Trump and his associates were politically motivated. My investigative work won't rest. There'll be much more coming from this senator.
The senator from Iowa.
On July the 13th, 2024, an assassin nearly killed President Trump. The gunman injured him and two rally participants and killed Corey Comatera. We keep him, his family in our prayers, as well as everyone affected that day. Today, 1 year and 1 day later, I come to the floor to provide an update on my ongoing oversight of that attempted assassination. The day of the shooting, I launched an investigation focused on gathering and releasing information to the public. I didn't want the public to be kept in the dark. Public transparency stops conspiracy theories. 60 years after JFK's assassination, we still have questions being asked. Unfortunately, there are still aspects to that shooting where the government hasn't been transparent. The Biden administration stonewalled my oversight requests. I strongly urge the new administration to let all the facts breathe, unlike the last administration. The day of the shooting, my oversight unit quickly got to work. They talked to patriotic whistleblowers. They informed dozens of witnesses and interviewed them, including local law enforcement officials, rally goers, and local businesses. My staff obtained and reviewed weeks' worth of security footage, text messages, pictures, law enforcement briefing materials, after-action reports, and still other records. They also obtained police body camera footage that provided the first video of what happened in the aftermath of that shooting. I made it all public. At the time, my investigative work unveiled the most detailed picture of the Trump assassination attempt. As part of my oversight, I asked the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General to review the matter. I also requested the Government Accountability Office to do the same as I asked the Inspector General to do. The American people wanted answers. They wanted accountability in the aftermath of this tragedy. I worked hard to do just that, and I know there's more work to be done. This past weekend, the Government Accountability Office produced me its report on the July 13 assassination attempt. The Government Accountability Office report starts by stating, quote, "The U.S. Secret Service failed to implement security measures that could have prevented the assassination attempt on then former President Donald J. Trump during a July 13, 2024 campaign rally," end quote. According to the report, prior to the July 13th rally, Secret Service received information from the intelligence community about a threat against President Trump's life. Yet, this threat information wasn't shared with Secret Service personnel or local law enforcement officials, all responsible for securing that event. Clearly, had all federal, state, and local law enforcement officials known of this threat, it would have changed how they secured the AGR building where the sniper opened fire from. As I previously made public, Secret Service and its local partners had cell phone issues on July 13th. The Government Accountability Office report found that Secret Service didn't have a policy to assess cellular service at the site, even though communication is key during any major event like this. This resulted in the Secret Service not receiving real-time threat information and updates during the search for the gunman. Every delayed second in finding the gunman meant that he was one step closer to carrying out his evil objective. I previously made public documents showing that the Secret Service had issues with counter-drone system at the rally. The General Government Accountability Office confirmed my previous oversight. GAO found that the Secret Service's counter-drone operator lacked the training, the knowledge, and support to fix and operate the counter-drone system. According to the Government Accountability Office report, these problems occurred because the Secret Service didn't follow its own requirements that personnel must complete training before operating a counter-drone system. The GAO report says the Secret Service said using a counter-drone is like turning on a flashlight. Yet the counter-drone did not work, and the Secret Service could not fix it. Had a counter-drone been operating as planned, it could have identified the shooter's drone and even the shooter. The Government Accountability Office's report also found that Secret Service planned to use farm equipment to address a line of sight issue when securing the AGR building. Before the rally, a campaign staffer asked Secret Service to modify the plan, which the advance team did as the staffer requested. But they didn't notify senior officials overseeing the rally of these changes. If they had, the senior officials might have overruled them. While the report says the Secret Service has made changes to correct some of these problems, they still have more work to do. The Secret Service operates in a zero-fail mission, and they don't have room for any error. Every failure exposed by the Government Accountability Office report must be turned into positive changes in the Secret Service. I want my colleagues to know that I'll be riding herd on them until I'm satisfied the job is done. I want to close out by thanking the law enforcement officers serving on the front lines, including the Secret Service, Capitol Police, their law enforcement partners, and of course their families, all working hard and sacrificing to keep the public and the government safe. I am grateful to you all, and do not in the future then take the days that seem uneventful for granted. I yield the floor. Soon, the Senate will proceed to a final vote on the nomination of Pam Bondi. That's to be judge on the Third Circuit. As I said in my statement in the Judiciary Committee multiple times, I support the nomination of Mr. Bondi. He has a strong legal background and has served his country honorably. I believe he will be diligent, capable, and a fair jurist. My Republican colleagues on the Senate Judiciary Committee agreed, and that's why he was reported out of committee with every Republican supporting his nomination. Now, it's no surprise to anyone who followed this nomination that I have serious concerns with how my Democratic colleagues have conducted themselves. The vicious rhetoric, unfair accusations, and abuse directed at Mr. Bondi by some of this on this committee, it has crossed the line. I wish I could say that this posture has been limited to just this nomination, but unfortunately, it appears to be a pattern. Since the very beginning of this Congress, Democrats have engaged in obstruction campaigns for nearly every one of President Trump's nominees. Their playbook has included maximum procedural obstruction, unfair media attacks, repeated attempts to allege misconduct, and demands for delayed consideration, records, and investigations. This Congress alone, Democrats have sent at least 26 letters to 17 agencies or parties demanding records, delays, or investigations into President Trump's nominees just in the Judiciary Committee. Like clockwork, just before a hearing or a vote, we get another breathless accusation that one of President Trump's nominees needs to be, you guessed it, investigated. I'm afraid that what we've seen recently on the Bondi nomination has been more of the same. My Democratic colleagues have tried to weaponize my respect for whistleblowers and the whole whistleblowing process against me and in return against Mr. Bondi. Now I'm here to set the record straight. I take whistleblower complaints very seriously. During both Republican and Democrat administrations, I've spent over 4 decades defending patriotic whistleblowers. My conduct in defending whistleblowers and running bipartisan investigations stands in stark contrast to the conduct of my Democrat colleagues. During the first Trump administration, I defended the Ukraine whistleblowers' use of the whistleblower process, even despite serious concerns about the substance of his complaint. When I was last chairman, I interviewed Donald Trump Jr. and other Republicans as part of my bipartisan investigation into the alleged Russian collusion, and that was conducted through the Senate Judiciary Committee. But when it came to the Biden family and the Biden administration, despite serious allegations and overwhelming evidence of misconduct, Democrats made no effort to investigate or conduct similar interviews like I did during a Republican administration. In fact, they worked hard to thwart any attempt at oversight. Now, these weren't fringe claims. They involved potential crimes squarely within the Judiciary Committee jurisdiction. The Trump administration has said that Mr. Ruvini isn't a whistleblower. Now, I publicly disagreed with the position of the Trump administration. Now, that happens to be the opposite posture that my Democrat colleagues took with the IRS whistleblowers who blew the whistle on the Biden administration. My Democratic colleagues tried to destroy those whistleblowers and use the press to falsely claim that they were, in fact, whistleblowers. No one can say that I don't take whistleblower complaints seriously or that I don't investigate allegations in good faith. I've always said my door is open to whistleblowers, and my efforts regarding the Bovi nomination show that this is also true. Mr. Ruvini made allegations against Mr. Bovi, can you believe this, just the morning before the nomination hearing. The allegations broke in a New York Times story, and the paper, as you would expect, gleefully ran the unvetted accusations without so much as giving the Justice Department or even the nominee the opportunity to respond. At our Bovi hearing in the Judiciary Committee, the Deputy Attorney General flatly denied the allegations in public statements, and the nominee denied them under oath, both in the hearing and in the response to written questions from members of the Judiciary Committee. Then, my Democratic colleagues received yet additional records from the whistleblower on July 1 and July 7th, but hid them from Republicans. I didn't receive these accusations and records until July 10th. Now, can you believe it? That's the very same day that Mr. Bovi's nomination was scheduled for its first markup. They coordinated media strategy. Let me repeat that. That's so important, how the media works in line with what the Democrats want to accomplish on this nomination. The coordinated media strategy involved a New York Times exclusive about the files and the Democrat press release containing a misleading summary of the documents. Why? All designed to smear Mr. Bovi. This timeline raises serious concerns, and it's legitimate to raise them as a major problem. If my Democrat colleagues wanted to investigate allegations, they should have come to this senator, and we could have vetted the allegations in good faith together. They didn't want this. They wanted to run a one-sided media campaign. Regardless, I still did my job and investigated. My staff reviewed the disclosure document by document and analyzed the facts. The result: almost none of the material referenced Mr. Bovi at all. More concerningly, the Democrat summary grossly mischaracterized the documents that it purported to summarize. In short, the document didn't say what the Democrats say the documents said. My staff also interviewed multiple people who were present for the March 14th meeting described in the whistleblower disclosure. 4 separate people, other than Mr. Bovi, who were present at the meeting, told us the following. First, there was never any directive to ignore a court order. And secondly, each of them left the meeting with the understanding that the Justice Department would aggressively litigate, but would follow court orders. My staff then spoke to numerous other individuals, including many current and former Justice Department employees, who wanted to share information about the Bovi nomination. All told, my staff interviewed or spoke with more than a dozen individuals who came forward to discuss the Bovee nomination. With respect to the initial whistleblower allegations, even if you accept most of the claims as true, there is still no scandal. Government lawyers aggressively litigating and interpreting court orders isn't misconduct. That's common sense. That's not misconduct, because that's what lawyers always do. Concerning the minority repeatedly recasting discussion of litigation strategy as wrongdoing, you know, even discussions that reflected the government official litigation position, some positions which prevailed on appeal. Now pay attention to what the whistleblower alleged misconduct. But 10 days after the key event he described, he signed a brief statement without qualification, quote, that the government has complied with the court orders in this case. Now, this is the very same person that you've been reading about in the media that said that Bovee was telling everybody not to follow court orders. 10 days after the key event he described, that person said this: the government has complied with the court orders in this case. If he believed the department defied court orders, why sign a brief as an officer of the court saying that it had complied? During the hearing, Mr. Bovee firmly denied the allegations. He testified under oath, quote, I did not advise any Justice Department attorney to violate court orders, end of quote. Recent public reporting backs this account, his account. Months before the whistleblower came forward, his former supervisor wrote a letter to Mr. Bovee, quote, advised our team that we must avoid a court order halting an upcoming operation to implement the act at all costs, end of quote. This statement confirms Mr. Bovee advised his team to avoid triggering a court order, not defy a court order, and that's consistent with Bovee's testimony before the committee. Now, everything I gave you up to now was the initial allegation. But now, on the very eve of Mr. Bovee's final vote here in the United States Senate, the Democrats and their media allies have launched yet another salvo against Mr. Bovee on Friday. In other words, 3 days ago, maybe 4 days ago, you count it. We learned from social media that two other whistleblowers allegedly have derogatory information about Mr. Bovee. One whistleblower said that they filed a complaint with the Inspector General. My staff requested the complaint and to speak with the whistleblower. Their requests were denied. Another group, a group called Justice Connection, publicly alleged that a whistleblower has evidence that Bovee wasn't truthful in his hearings and that the whistleblower, quote, has tried to share information with Republican senators for weeks and they haven't responded, end of quote. To the extent that anyone is suggesting that this Senator Grassley hasn't been willing to receive and consider relative evidence, everybody that knows me would be that's just plain false. I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and I represent Republicans on this committee. Regarding this whistleblower, my office was not proactively approached. Indeed, since we saw these news reports on Friday, my staff proactively and repeatedly reached out to whistleblower lawyers asking to see the evidence that they apparently had already shared with multiple Democrats and also with the media. My staff assured them that we would review the evidence in good faith, but now here, all weekend, I want to repeat, all weekend, my staff was stonewalled and given the runaround. Any assertion that I or my staff was uninterested in the evidence is entirely false. It wasn't until Monday morning, so you got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday morning, that my staff received any information. Even then, it was bits and pieces of information created by lawyers, not original information. My staff tried over and over to get all the information, only to be rejected. My staff was not shown the underlying transcript of the meeting until this morning. They were shown what was represented to be verbatim transcript of a meeting, but we still didn't have access to the underlying source. So what did I do? I followed my usual process. I asked Mr. Bovee to respond to the allegations that his testimony was inconsistent with the evidence that we saw for the first time Monday. And he sent me a letter doing just that. I plan to make that letter public. I've also asked permission to make this transcript public as well, but I don't know whether the lawyer will give me that permission. In his letter, Mr. Bovee flatly denies the allegations that he misled the committee. He explained that he testified truthfully in response to, quote, compound yes or no questions that sought to attribute words to me that I did not use during the February 14th, 2025 video meeting, end of quote. He also responds to the attacks on his character and rejects the allegations against him. Viewed in light of the transcript, Bovee's responses to compound hostile questions about specific words used in a meeting that happened months before his hearing do not, to me, indicate deliberately false and misleading testimony. And more importantly, the substance of the meeting itself does not reflect misconduct. It reflected a sympathetic tone during a turbulent time and appropriately characterizes the role of a Justice Department attorney. In the meeting, Mr. Bovee specifically acknowledged that being a Justice Department attorney means, quote, following orders from the President or the Attorney General unless we view them as unlawful or unethical, end of quote. He apologized to the attorneys present for tension and told them, quote, "I don't want to put pressure on you," end of quote. I'm also curious that my Democrat colleagues' newfound interest in candor to the committee during the Biden administration, Kristen Clark unequivocally perjured herself before the Judiciary Committee in response to written questions. When the information came to light after her confirmation, Democrats do what Democrats do. They closed ranks and refused to join Republicans in their call to hold her accountable. Democrats likewise expressed no interest in evaluating the misleading and inconsistent testimony from numerous other Biden appointees. When this committee considered the nomination of Justice Kavanaugh, now on the Supreme Court, I criticized the tactics that Democrats employed, and I said this: the ranking member, I'm quoting, the ranking member sat on these allegations for nearly 7 weeks, only to reveal them at the 11th hour when it appeared that Judge Kavanaugh was headed towards nomination, end of quote. Now, getting back to the Bondi nomination with respect to it, as with other nominees this Congress, Democrats appeared to have dusted off the playbook that they devised against Justice Kavanaugh. They hid allegedly relevant information until a politically opportune time and then used it as an ambush to hurt the nominee. As I said about the Democrats' conduct during FBI Director Patel's nomination, quote, "This is becoming a pattern, and I will not facilitate a campaign to undermine the results of the election by delaying consideration of nominees," end of quote. If anyone, including my colleagues, has information regarding a nominee, any nominee, that they believe is relevant to their fitness for office, I expect them to share it with me in a timely and candid manner so that the allegations can be fairly vetted, as opposed to what I've just told you, that we got most of this information from the Democrats, that the whistleblowers were the Democrats were peddling the whistleblowers' accusations the night before the hearing, the night before we were considering the nomination. Everybody should know that my door is always open to whistleblowers. And while I may not always agree with someone else's conclusions, I'll always fairly consider any information brought to my office. My message to the 3 whistleblowers in this case is this: just because I may disagree with the conclusions in a whistleblower disclosure, it doesn't mean that I don't support whistleblowers' rights to come forward. Whether I agree or disagree with whistleblowers, I'll defend whistleblowers' rights. Reasonable minds can differ, and when I direct my staff to allocate resources away from other ongoing whistleblower projects to handle situations like Bondi, their efforts ought to be respected and given good faith treatment. But contrary to what happened, this 11th hour media smear by my colleagues, based on information that was hidden from the committee, these are all unacceptable, and I won't stand for it as a delay or obstruction tactics. This tactic Didn't work against Justice Kavanaugh, and it won't work against Mr. Bovee. I look forward to supporting Mr. Bovee and urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor. Madam President, for the second time in a week, I come to the floor to implore my Democratic colleagues to stop partisan obstruction of public safety officials. We have 10 highly qualified nominees on the Senate floor right now, waiting for confirmation. Several have blue slips from Democratic senators. All were reported to the floor by voice vote. There's no reason that we shouldn't get them to work for the American people today. As I explained just a few days ago, communities around our country are in desperate need of U.S. attorneys to protect the public and uphold the rule of law. 81% of the Americans think that crime is a large city in large cities is a major problem. If we can agree to put partisanship aside, this body can take a tangible step to address this today by confirming 10 qualified law enforcement officers to their posts. I'm disappointed that my Democratic colleagues have chosen to place partisan obstruction over public safety. I'm here again today to give my colleagues a chance to do the right thing. This blanket obstruction of all nominees is a misguided attempt to score political points. I know that several of my Democrat colleagues agree with me because just a few months ago, some of them stood on the Senate floor and made the same argument that I'm making today. One speech last Congress, the Democratic whip and chairman of the Judiciary Committee said, quote, "Don't stand up and say that you're for law and order, you're for law enforcement, and then turn around and stop the appointment of U.S. attorneys," end of quote. In another speech, the same senator said, quote, "Our communities desperately need top federal prosecutors in place, interested in stopping fentanyl, question mark. I am. Thousands of people are dying. Who's going to prosecute these cases? The U.S. attorneys, 93 of them across the United States. But you can't prosecute cases if you don't have U.S. attorneys there to lead the effort, coordinate the effort with other branches of government." My Democratic colleagues continue to claim that their obstruction is justified because 2 Republican senators placed holds on some U.S. attorneys in the last administration. This compares apples with oranges. One of the senators relented on his hold and allowed U.S. attorneys to be confirmed by voice vote. The other senator ultimately blocked 5 U.S. attorneys. A handful of U.S. attorneys being held last Congress, which I opposed, isn't comparable to the blanket hold on all 93 U.S. attorneys that we're facing today. The strategy this Congress is orchestrated by Senate Democratic leadership and is part of a broader Senate-wide assault on the functioning of the executive branch. At the end of the day, we can just look at the numbers. During the Biden administration, nearly 94% of his U.S. attorneys nominees were confirmed by voice vote. So far in the second Trump administration, 0% of his U.S. attorneys nominees have been confirmed by voice vote. For months, I've repeatedly tried to engage my Democratic colleagues to end their obstruction. I've warned that their tactics ultimately hurt the American people and will lead to lasting damage to the Senate as an institution. I've even offered a compromise where we hold 5 roll call votes to compensate the 5 nominees returned to the president at the end of March. To my great disappointment, my colleagues haven't relented from that strategy, and I hope they'll relent today with my unanimous consent request. I mentioned last week that one of the U.S. attorneys being held up is Daniel Rosen, nominated For the District of Minnesota, Mr. Rosen was reported out of committee by voice vote. He's supported by his home state Senators Klobuchar and Smith, both Democrats. He's qualified nominee. He should be responding to the horrific mass shooting of children at the Annunciation Catholic Church, but instead is languishing here on the Senate floor as a pawn for partisan obstruction. This needs to end, and it needs to end today. So I now will ask unanimous consent to confirm 10 U.S. attorneys who have been reported out of committee. I hope that my Democratic colleagues will allow these nominees to get to work. Debate, disagreement about policy is to be expected, but should never be at the expense of public safety. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of the following nominations en bloc. 176, David Waterman, Iowa. 183, Ron Parsons, South Dakota. 257, David Metcalf, Pennsylvania. 258, Bart Davis, Idaho. 316, Kurt Alme, Montana. 317, Nicholas Chase, North Dakota. 318, Leslie Murphy, Nebraska. 319, David Rosen, Minnesota. 320, Eric Seibert, Virginia. Kurt Wall, 321, Kurt Wall, Louisiana. That the Senate vote on the nomination en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the objection.
Reserving the right to object.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. First, let the public know what they're talking about obstruction. 2 hours of debate and a vote on some of the worst nominees we have ever seen. They want to pile them all together. Some of these nominees are the people who know them in their states are appalled that they would be nominated. Trump has chosen his U.S. attorneys for one reason only: blind obeisance to him. That's it. No rule of law, no independence. So, of course, our friends are afraid of 2 hours of debate and a vote, because so many of these nominees are so bad. Historical bad nominees deserve a historical response. So we wanted to come to an agreement with our colleagues to let some of the better ones through, but we couldn't. Not because of our Senate colleagues. Senator Grassley was involved, Senator Thune was involved. We were close to an agreement. And what happened? Donald Trump, who wants these horrible nominees, so many of them, said, go to hell. That's what he said. So instead of our Republican colleagues telling Donald Trump, no, we can work out an agreement that's fair, they said, okay. They pulled back. And now what's their alternative? They're ready to detonate Senate precedent altogether and go nuclear on all the nominees. So much for oversight. And before they even do that, now they want to rubber stamp another round of nominees. No scrutiny, no debate. 2 hours of debate and a vote for someone as powerful as a U.S. attorney. Most Americans would agree that's the least we could do. The least we could do. So, no scrutiny, no debate, no consent from us. I want to be very clear. If my colleague from Iowa, who's a good man, wants to resume our negotiations, which we were ready to do, and he knows it, he was part of it, if he's willing to back off threats to go nuclear, we'll be open to having a conversation about a nominees package, including the ones on his list. We'll be open to negotiation just as we were at the end of July, when we were in that room right across the hall from here and ready to have an agreement, when all of a sudden Donald Trump says go to hell and the Republican leadership says, okay, we won't do it because he doesn't like it, even though he has historically bad, reprehensible nominees. So, if Republicans are dead set on going nuclear, we will not grant consent today. I object.
Madam President.
Senator from Iowa.
Well, obviously, I'm disappointed that my request has been objected to. I hope today that we could set a new direction, put interest of the American people over partisanship. I want to offer to Senator Democratic leader an offer he shouldn't object to because it has both Republican and Democrat supports. If we can't agree to allow 10 U.S. attorneys who've been reported out of committee to be confirmed today, I'm going to make a more modest request. David Waterman is my pick to be U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Iowa, highly qualified. He was reported out of committee by voice vote. No recorded objections. My state needs him to get to work. I initially recommended him to President Biden during the last administration, and he was nominated and reported out of committee last Congress. My Democratic colleagues have tried to justify their obstruction by pointing to the hold by then Senator Vance last Congress. Well, Mr. Waterman was one of the 5 U.S. attorneys returned to the president from that hold. So are we going to confirm a nominee who's been submitted to the Senate by 2 different presidents and reported out of committee twice? Seems to me like something the Democrats should not object to. Or are my Democratic colleagues going to continue the objection? Now, here's another one. They've got confidence, surely, in their 2 Democratic senators from Minnesota. I've already spoken about Daniel Rosen, but like Mr. Waterman, Mr. Rosen is well qualified to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota. He, too, was reported out of committee by voice vote, and he's supported by both home state Senators Klobuchar and Smith. Recently, so I encourage my Democratic colleagues to send a clear signal to the people of Minnesota that they think that they ought to have a law enforcement person at their side. The District of Minnesota needs its top federal prosecutor in place to preserve law and order, so we need to confirm Mr. Rosen. So I'm now going to ask unanimous consent to confirm Mr. Waterman and as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Iowa, and Mr. Rosen to be U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nominations in block. 176, David Waterman, Iowa. 319, David Rosen, Minnesota. That the Senate vote on the nomination en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. I would, with respect, remind my colleague that all 3 of these people were on our list that we were negotiating and could have been passed with our agreement. Donald Trump said, quote, "Go to hell." You, Republican leader, backed off. So you could have had it done with an agreement, a bipartisan agreement, not a partisan agreement where the Republicans have just choose whoever they want, no matter. So the bottom line, once again, is simple. You want to get these things done? Negotiate an agreement in a bipartisan way. Don't bow down to Donald Trump, who, as I said, has nominated for U.S. Attorney and many other places some of the worst nominees, the most conflicted nominees, the least qualified nominees we have ever seen. I object.
Objection is heard.
You can see the weakness of that objection, because here's somebody that's been nominated by President Biden and President Trump, and you have 2 Democratic senators supporting it, at least in those 2 instances out of 93 that are potentially on hold, could go to do their job. I want to make one final request before I yield the floor. The Senate Judiciary Committee, in that committee, it's common practice to report certain nominees by voice vote. We've been doing it for decades, particularly for non-controversial U.S. attorneys and U.S. Marshal nominees. Under my chairmanship, we only conduct voice votes with explicit consent of the ranking member, and we don't do them if there are any objections to so doing. Recently, I've heard concern that nominees reported out of committee by voice vote may be challenged or face additional obstructions on the floor to further derail the functioning of the executive branch. I sincerely hope this isn't the case. Voice votes are a long-standing practice of our committee and involve complete cooperation between the majority and minority party of the committee. On the Senate Judiciary Committee, despite our differences, the ranking member and I have a good working relationship. When we reach a bipartisan agreement about how to manage our committees consistent with our norms, I hope that every member of this body will respect this agreement. So this is my unanimous request. I ask unanimous consent that no point of order lie with respect to the following U.S. Attorney nominees reported out of the Senate Judiciary Committee by voice vote pursuant to explicit agreement between the offices of chairman and ranking member, whether those nominations are offered individually or pursuant to a resolution. David Waterman, Ronald Parsons, David Metcalf, Bart Davis, Kurt Alme, Nicholas Chase, Leslie Murphy, Daniel Rosen, Eric Siebert, and Kurt Wall.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. Once again, negotiate in a fair, bipartisan way with us, and many of these things could be resolved. Do it in a partisan way, bow down to Donald Trump? No way. I object.
I yield the floor. Mr. President, we all have a responsibility to understand the history of our country. We have a responsibility to learn from that history. And we learn from that history so we don't repeat the failures of the past. So I'm here to remind my colleagues of some of that history, but also able to fill in some details that are just recently made public as a result of some of our investigative work and the cooperation we've had from the intelligence community and from the FBI. Today, I visit with my colleagues to discuss two dates of significant importance. January 6, 2021, and January 6, 2017. And most of my remarks are about that date in 2017. Regarding the 2021 date, it was a dark day in American history. The violence against our Capitol and law enforcement was, as we all know, a great national disgrace. First Amendment activity turned into something else. The latter date, January 6, 2017, is a date many in this country may not remember or care to remember, but I think it's important that we remember it. It's a day that signifies a much larger systemic attack on our republic. On that date, as the Obama administration planned its exit from its presidency of 8 years, it put into motion its final traps against the incoming first Trump administration. To fully understand January 2017, we must revisit March and July 2016. but one could argue that it all started June 16th, 2015, when Trump declared his candidacy. Around March or July of 2016, the FBI received particular intelligence information. Notably, July 2016 is the very same month that FBI Director Comey opened the discredited Crossfire Hurricane investigation. That intelligence information consisted of reports that the Clinton campaign, with Hillary Clinton's approval, created a plan to falsely tie Trump to Russia. That information was made public this year when I released the Durham Annex and the Clinton Annex. The Clinton Annex showed the FBI had evidence necessary to do a complete investigation into Hillary Clinton, and the FBI failed to look at it, at that very evidence, and perhaps they intentionally decided not to follow up. So the FBI swept the evidence against Clinton under the rug as they planned to advance the Crossfire Hurricane against Trump. Regarding the intelligence about the Clinton campaign's plan to falsely tie Trump to Russia, the Durham Annex notes that, quote, FBI was fully alerted to the possibility that at least some of the information it received about the Trump campaign might have its origin either with the Clinton campaign or its supporters, or alternately was the product of Russian disinformation, end of quote. The Durham Annex concludes in part that, quote, despite this awareness, the FBI appears to have dismissed the intelligence information as not credible without any investigative steps actually having been taken to either corroborate or disprove the allegations. In other words, the FBI didn't do what the FBI should do, and that is follow up on the facts. So just as the Clinton Annex, where Comey's FBI didn't investigate evidence that might have been bad for Clinton, the Durham Annex shows Comey, FBI, didn't investigate intelligence that the Clinton team wanted to falsely tie to Russia to destroy his candidacy in favor of her candidacy. I refer to the Durham and the Clinton annexes because they were just recently declassified, so this information is available. So folks, that is what I just described as a cover-up. So the question, what was the main purpose of the cover-up? The answer, weaponize the federal government to destroy Trump's candidacy and presidency to favor Clinton. You see, Clinton, to the people in this town, was not a threat to the status quo, and they saw Trump as that threat. In August 2016, President Obama and Vice President Biden met with three high-level people, or probably more than 3, but the 3 that I name are CIA Director Brennan, Director of National Intelligence Clapper, and FBI Director Comey. They discuss the intelligence relating to the Clinton plan. They were aware of the possibility that the Clinton campaign had dirty tricks up their sleeve designed to impact the election. Question, let me ask. So did that stop the Obama administration's effort against Trump? Well, we know now that it did not. Then on December the 9th, 2016, so this is after Trump had been elected, President Obama's national security team gathered. That meeting included Director of National Intelligence Clapper, CIA Director Brennan, FBI Deputy Director McCabe, National Security Advisor Susan Rice, Secretary of State Kerry, Attorney General Lynch, and others. After that meeting, Clapper's office transmitted an email to the intelligence community leaders titled, quote, President of the United States tasking on Russia election meddling, end of quote. Clapper asked his personnel to create an, quote, assessment per the president's request, end of quote. The new assessment was an intelligence community assessment. Per the good investigative work of the House Intelligence Committee's report, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the president, directed by senior intelligence community heads, and created by just 5 analysts using 1 principal director. Production of the intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directive from the president and senior political appointees, and particularly the director of the CIA, end of quote, from that House Intelligence Committee report. Again, a question. Why go through all this effort to create a new product? Well, according to the good work of Tulsi Gabbard and the House Intelligence Committee, CIA officials didn't have credible and verified information showing Putin wanted to get Trump elected. And the intelligence at the time showed that Putin withheld information that would have been damaging to Clinton and therefore would have helped Trump. Obviously, these fixers would not do anything to hurt Clinton. So the Obama administration needed their fixers. On December 22, 2016, National Security Agency Director emailed Brennan, Clapper, and Comey. That email noted that the National Security Agency didn't have enough time to review the intelligence for purposes of the new intelligence community assessment Obama ordered. So they wanted to get it done very, very quickly. So this is how Clapper responded to the National Security Agency. Quote, we may have to compromise our normal modalities, end of quote, and that, quote, more time is not negotiable, and this is one project continuing to quote, "This is one project that has to be team sport." In other words, we need this very quickly. Don't go through the normal process. You see here, the deep state wanted a new intelligence product created from the top down, not from the bottom up, as is usually done, and they wanted it done so badly that they were willing to cut corners, even if it put the country into chaos. What was this new product? It was the December 30th, 2016 intelligence community assessment tying Trump to Putin. It stated in part, quote, "We assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him meeting Trump," end of quote. In their partisan Reich, and it was a Reich, that intelligence product was published on the date that I previously referred to, that is a date ought to be remembered, January 6, 2017. That same day, then, Director of the FBI, Comey, briefed President-elect Trump on the discredited Clinton campaign funded that we call that famous Steele dossier. The new intelligence assessment said punt Putin, favored Trump over Hillary Clinton, even though earlier intelligence had shown Russia simply wanted to cause political chaos in the United States, and it didn't matter whether that president was a Clinton or a Trump. The new intelligence assessment is exactly what the Durham Annex and the Clinton campaign wanted to accomplish. The Durham Annex also noted existing intelligence products said the Clinton campaign believed elements of the Obama administration would help them achieve their political ends against Trump. Based on the available evidence, there is no doubt the new intelligence assessment was a political hit job that had been ordered by President Obama. And let me remind folks that Senator Johnson and I got Annex A to the new intelligence assessment declassified way back in 2020. Annex A was a summary of discredited Steele dossier. Comey and Brennan worked hard to make sure it was included, even though it was unverified and didn't meet the standard for inclusion. Now, how convenient do you see that is for them? Now, this next part is very important. In 2020, Senator Johnson and I publicly released additional information that we'd been able to get declassified. That declassified information showed that the Russians knew of the Steele dossier at least as early as July 2016 and before the FBI began Crossfire Hurricane. The declassified information also stated that the FBI received information that an individual, quote, central in connecting Trump to Russia, end of quote, was very likely a Russian intelligence officer. The declassified information also showed that the FBI received an intelligence report on January 12, 2017, warning of false information in the dossier, and that the material was, quote, part of Russian disinformation campaign to denigrate U.S. foreign relations, end of quote. On the very same day, January 12, 2017, the FISA warrant on Carter Page, which used the discredited dossier, was renewed for the first time. The Steele dossier served as a gift to the Russians, a vehicle to pack false information in the hopes the Obama administration and Comey would fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. Or Obama and his minions saw the obvious and proceeded anyway, believing nobody would ever get all this information declassified for public to see. In any event, with all these red lights flashing stop, the Obama administration went full speed ahead. And even with Trump as president, Comey gleefully ran every stop sign. The Comey FBI still used the discredited Steele dossier to get a FISA warrant and multiple renewals on Carter Page. And the political hit job continued with the Mueller special counsel investigation. Now, with the public having seen all this declassified information kept in the dark for all of 10 years, there's no doubt that Mueller investigation or review was totally unnecessary. As this continued to evolve, the Mueller fiasco was just the deep state trying to get another hit job on Trump. Then, the Biden administration entered the office to consider the partisan political dirty work. For example, Senator Johnson and I released records relating to Arctic frost. That's the FBI case that anti-Trump special agent Thibault created with the help of partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors. Based on emails that I've obtained from whistleblowers, we know Thibault opened and even approved the case in violation of the FBI rules. According to Deputy Attorney General Blanche, as defense counsel for Trump, Jack Smith and his team withheld these emails from the Trump defense team. Arctic frost conveniently became one of Jack Smith's cases against Trump, and it was politically infected from the very start. Based on more emails whistleblowers have given me, we also know that Thibault, supervisory agent, Special Agent Blair Tolman, Special Agent Walter Giagardina, and partisan DOJ prosecutors focused their efforts and resources on Peter Navarro. When Department of Justice prosecutors under Merrick Garland authority decided to prosecute Navarro, Thibault said, quote unquote, "Wow, great," end of quote. You see how determined these people were to do anything underhanded to get Trump. From the time then candidate Trump came down the escalator in 2015 to this very day, it's been a decade of political weaponization of law enforcement and intelligence community activities. The examples I've given today are that, examples. I could speak for days on end about my investigative work, what it's uncovered over the years, and the fact that political bias has so deeply infected this country's law enforcement and intelligence community agencies. What that's all added up to, it ought to shake everyone in this country to their very core. If the government, including the Department of Justice so-called Public Integrity Unit and an elite FBI public corruption squad, can do that to the President of the United States, just imagine what the government can do to you, the very citizens of this country, if it decides to give you its full and undivided attention. January 6, 2021 was a single day, a day that we shouldn't forget. January 6, 2017 was a day that was meant to topple a presidency. And it should certainly outweigh January 6, where a ragtag mob stormed the Capitol with zero chances of succeeding. To be intellectually honest and fair, we can't ignore the decade of weaponization by taxpayer-funded law enforcement and intelligence community agencies against Republicans, not just the president. What's so disgusting about Obama and Biden administration's partisan conduct that I've just told you about is that its personnel didn't care about the long-lasting damage to this great nation, including eroding trust in American institutions. And the partisan media went right along, no questions asked. And those journalists in this town and around the country are supposed to be policing the political system to make sure that everything is above board. And they didn't do it in this case, and they aren't doing it today either. In this case, no questions were asked. This behavior is an existential threat to our republic because it creates a systemic, insidious infection that grows in the dark, behind classified walls and bureaucratic red tape, far away from the eyes of the American public and the Congress. And all this behavior was paid for by the taxpayers of this country. I'm thankful to Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, Director Gabbard, and Director Ratcliffe for their aggressive transparency efforts. Making all these classified documents public may prevent further dangerous conspiracies as these are from reoccurring again. For my part, and for we the people, my investigative work will continue to shine light on those very dark corners of government. Because, as I said when I opened my remarks, you have to know about the history of the country to appreciate what we enjoy today. And if you don't learn from the mistakes of the past, they're going to be repeated. So I have come to the Senate floor to tell my people what has been unveiled today that was previously classified, and going through the entire story so this country doesn't make the mistake again of letting all the powerful forces of the American government, the FBI, the intelligence community, people that operate behind closed doors, that political strength and weaponization never continues again. I yield the floor.
The senator from Iowa.
Calling the quorum be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, I come to the Senate today to address my recent oversight relating to our nation's federal courts and to share some of my recent findings. This month, I sent letters to a pair of federal judges regarding their suspected use of artificial intelligence in published court orders. The two judges issued orders that were wrought with serious, inexplicable errors that were of great concern to the litigants, to the public, and to me. One judge, sitting in the Southern District of Mississippi, issued an order that named plaintiffs and defendants who were not even parties to the case. It misquoted statutory text. It erroneously cited evidence that didn't exist in the record, and it referred to sworn declarations by people who had not appeared anywhere in the case. I've never seen or heard of anything like this from any federal court. The other judge, sitting in the District of New Jersey, issued an order with fake quotes and misstatements about case law. The order even falsely attributed quotations to the defendants that apparently were never made. Errors like I just described are unfathomable. Both judges' errors are obviously reckless and unacceptable, but in fact, it gets worse. When these flagrant mistakes were brought to the court's attention by counsel in the cases, both judges attempted to minimize their faults. One even referred to the errors as quote unquote clerical. Both judges removed their orders from the docket and the public record without even any explanation. This lack of transparency is breathtaking, and the judge's refusal to accept responsibility for the actions eroded public confidence in the competency and fairness of the federal judiciary. When litigants or their attorneys misuse artificial intelligence like this and file sloppy briefs with incorrect citations and falsehoods, they are rightly held accountable. Just recently, we've seen attorneys sanctioned, attorneys fined, removed from their cases, and even referred for professional discipline and disbarment for this kind of conduct. Well, that's how attorneys are handled when they misuse or do the wrong thing. In fact, in a case assigned to one of these judges, a magistrate judge publicly chastised a counsel for using artificial intelligence in a brief. Now, apparently, some judges think accountability runs only one way. but we all know they are wrong. As the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals recently explained, quote, the use of AI or other technology does not excuse carelessness or failure to follow professional standards, end of quote. That's true for every officer of a federal court, attorney, and judge alike. Now, to their credit, finally, these two judges responded to my letters and explained that they're taking measures to ensure that these instances never happen again. Each acknowledged that the errors in their orders arose from the misuse of artificial intelligence by staff in their chambers. One judge blamed a law student intern, and the other blamed a law clerk for generating the errors. This helps explain how it happened, but ultimately how it happened that way does not matter. A lawyer can't excuse an error-ridden brief by blaming a paralegal or junior associate. Attorneys' names go on their filings just as judges' names go on their orders. The judges issue orders in their own name that determine the rights of the parties before them. The buck stops at the judges. It's bad enough that the federal court order could misstate or pervert the law to the degree that we saw in these two judges, but I'm concerned that these now public blunders arose in cases represented by sophisticated parties who had the resources and the legal talent to push back and make sure that their clients got justice. So at the same time, through these errors that I've pointed out, we have to fear that people without resources, that if the same thing happened to an indigent party or a pro se litigant, the truth may never have come to light. I cannot and will not stand for that. All litigants are owed a fair shake in the court. Our federal courts must hold themselves to the highest of standards. Our Constitution depends on it. Justice requires it. Americans deserve better from their judges. Now, to be clear, I appreciate these two judges finally accepting responsibility for what went on in their jurisdiction. And I believe them when they say that they're deploying measures to prevent the same mistakes from happening again. But this should be a lesson, not just for these two judges, but for the entire bench and the bar. Artificial intelligence is a powerful and potentially dangerous resource. Although it may have some role in preliminary legal research, it cannot and must not be a substitute for legal judgment. The Senate confirms federal judges. We don't confirm computer software to perform the duties mandated under Article 3. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm committed to safeguarding litigants' rights and ensuring that every party in federal court receives fair treatment and careful review by Article 3 judges. I call on every judge in America to make this issue seriously, or to take this issue seriously, and formalize measures to prevent the misuse of artificial intelligence in their chambers. I also call upon the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts and also the Judicial Conference to quickly develop decisive and meaningful guidance on the use of artificial intelligence by our judiciary. In the wake of my oversight, Judge Cronin in the Southern District of New York implemented a rule in his courtroom to ensure the accuracy of filings. He requires attorneys to disclose any artificial intelligence use and to certify that he or she, quote, personally reviewed the filings for accuracy, end of quote. I applaud him for taking this issue seriously, and I encourage other members of the bench to consider similar rules and to hold themselves to the same standard as they require of litigants in the court. I'm hopeful that these two unfortunate episodes by the two judges that I referred to will serve as a wake-up call across the federal judiciary. But if it isn't, I'm here today to give a warning. I'm watching. All of Congress is now watching. If this issue doesn't get fixed by the judiciary, we'll step in to protect the rights of the American litigants using powers available to Congress under the Constitution.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Thursday, I sounded the alarm as the lapse in government funding endangered food assistance for 42 million Americans rapidly approached. That was November 1st, the approach date. I called on Senator Schumer to end the partisanship and vote for a clean extension of government funding. 45 Democrats have opposed clean extension of funding 13 times. Republicans have voted for it 13 times. The Trump administration is putting a temporary Band-Aid on the program, tapping into emergency funds that will cover half a month of food stamps. Meanwhile, I've got Iowans calling my office, asking me where they can get food for their families. This is a sad commentary on the politics of a nation and a nation of abundance. I always say, you're only 9 meals away from a revolution. Just think, if you're a family, you got children, 3 days without any food, what action you might take if you can't properly feed them. We've seen those sorts of revolutions in other states or in other countries. So let's feed the American people with the bipartisan cooperation they deserve, and the bipartisan cooperation that has always been a part of the food stamp program. Because over decades ago, two famous senators, Dole and McGovern, in a bipartisan fashion, came up with the idea that why should we have people that are nutrition deficient in the United States when the federal government has warehouses full of plenty of food? So that's the basis for the food stamp program. We should continue that bipartisan cooperation. I hope the Democrats will wake up and give families a permanent solution to the government programs they rely on. Now, Mr. President, if I may continue, I want to speak about a couple judges that'll be before us this week. We'll be voting on a pair of highly qualified Circuit Court nominations. Despite the ongoing Democrat government shutdown, the Senate Judiciary Committee remains hard at work. We're continuing to hold hearings. We're continuing to advance strong judicial nominees like the two that I'm about to alert my colleagues to. The first is Joshua Dunlap for the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. The second is Eric Tung for the U.S. Court of Appeals, Ninth Circuit. Both will make fantastic circuit judges, and I urge my colleagues to vote for them. As Maine Senator Collins detailed last week, Mr. Dunlap graduated first in his class from the University of Notre Dame Law School and then served as a clerk on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit. Since then, he's earned a stellar reputation as an appellate litigator throughout his decade-and-a-half tenure in the private practice of law. Mr. Dunlap noted during his confirmation hearing that, quote, Mainers, meaning residents of the state of Maine, I'll start that quote over again, Mainers are famously independent, end of quote. I'm confident that we can expect no less from him as a fair and impartial judge. Indeed, Mr. Dunlap's career demonstrates that he is a thoughtful and sharp lawyer committed to the rule of law, and is, in his own words, he believes, quote, the law should be available to all and applied fairly to every litigant, end of quote. For these reasons, he's earned widespread support, including from his law school, his co-clerks, and his law firm colleagues. I'm confident that Mr. Dunlap will make an outstanding judge on the First Circuit. I also trust he'll take great pride in serving his state and our nation. President Trump and Senator Collins made an outstanding choice in Mr. Dunlap. Eric Tung is another great selection. He completed his undergraduate degree at Yale and graduated with high honors at the University of Chicago School of Law. He clerked for Justice Scalia on the U.S. Supreme Court, and he also clerked for Justice Gorsuch, both during his tenure on the 10th Circuit and upon Justice Gorsuch's elevation to the U.S. Supreme Court. Mr. Tung was a Bristow Fellow in the Justice Department's Office of Solicitor General, where he worked on numerous cases before the nation's highest court. During President Trump's first administration, he also worked as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Central District of California. And as a federal prosecutor, Mr. Tung handled a broad array of criminal matters, including firearm offenses, drug trafficking, and fraud. In recent years, Mr. Tung has focused on civil litigation and appeals in private practice. He was appointed by the Chief Justice of the California Supreme Court to serve as the sole civil appellate practitioner on the Appellate Indigent Defense Oversight Advisory Committee. In every facet, Mr. Tung has been an outstanding appellate lawyer. Based on his stellar credentials and his stellar reputation, it's no surprise that his nomination is supported by his law firm colleagues and the various co-clerks that he's worked with at the 10th Circuit and the U.S. Supreme Court. Like Mr. Dunlap, I believe Mr. Tung will make a phenomenal judge and serve this nation honorably and with distinction. So, I encourage my colleagues to support both of these fine circuit court nominees. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum. Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
today is the 40th day of the government shutdown. It's been so long, a recap is in order. As I've said before, Iowans don't plan their lives around what we do here in Congress. But the Democrats' failure to support a clean, bipartisan funding bill has caused pain, suffering, and uncertainty for the American people. Let's remember, it's Democrats who caused the shutdown and got us into this mess. All but 3 Democrats have repeatedly voted against a clean, continuing resolution to fund government, agencies, and programs. Even at the Biden era levels, they won't even support funding that their Democrats have voted for and supported for the last 4 years prior to Trump's reelection. All we need is 5 more Democrats. There are not any partisan policy priorities from either side. That's why we call it a clean government funding resolution. Republicans, by supporting this continuing resolution, have sought to put partisan politics aside to keep the government open for the American people, while the Appropriations Committee members hash out full-year appropriation bills under what we call regular order. Now, obviously, for the last 40 days, the taxpayers of this country and every citizen see daily demonstrated Democrats have had other plans other than just a clean funding resolution. They have not put their policy priorities to the side. They've taken the American people hostage by refusing to vote for a government funding unless it includes their partisan priorities. Top of their list is extension of the Biden-era COVID subsidy for Obamacare. Now understand, what we're talking about was instituted because we had a COVID shutdown of government and people were hurt because the government decided in early 2020, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, that 22 million people should be put in the unemployment rolls. That's what happens when government shuts down the economy. So, this is a subsidy Democrats decided to sunset at the end of this year. Now the Democrats shut down the government to continue what was meant to be a temporary program. And something we learn from the word temporary program or temporary taxes is everybody soon decides temporary becomes permanent. These expanded subsidies that go back to the beginning of the COVID era go to big insurance companies for Americans over 400% of federal poverty level. Now, can you believe it? What I mean when I say over 400% poverty level, that could include people making over $600,000 a year. I want to make clear, this expiration is only about the expanded temporary COVID subsidies. So everybody else that depends upon the subsidy for Obamacare, I want to make very clear to them that the premium subsides for individuals and families under 400% of the federal poverty level that existed prior to COVID are permanent law, and those people will not be affected because that permanent law is not being changed by anything that we're debating here today. Permanent law, no change for those under 400% of poverty. Now, Mr. President, writing health care policy is our job, meaning the senators' jobs and House of Representatives' job. However, every one of us in this body knew that this deadline that we're talking about was approaching, and we had already made plans to address the policy issues later in the year. Yet, as we find out now for the last 40 days, that timeline was not satisfactory to the Democrats. I've been in the elected office a long time, and taking government hostage and shutting it down is always a losing proposition. It costs money to shut the government down. It costs money to open the government up, and we find out little is accomplished. In the process, government's supposed to be service to the American people, and when there's 700,000 federal employees sitting at home, probably going to be paid because they always have been paid, they can't serve the American people, and the government is not doing its job. So in my view, this shutdown was doomed from the start. But Democrats marched forward anyway, following their leaders into the mess that we now have had for the last 40 days. On day 38, now 2 days ago, so 38 days after government shut down, Leader Schumer came to the Senate floor and unveiled his big plan. On day 38, he came with the Democrats' first plan, get the American people out of this government shutdown. Now, why would he wait 38 days? Why would he wait? If you were serious about a bipartisan solution to lower the cost of health care for the American people, I don't believe you would sit idle for 38 days before making an offer. I've shared the pain the shutdown has inflicted upon Iowans, but it bears repeating. I have families calling my office, asking where they can get food. Our food banks are overrun as Thanksgiving is just a few weeks away. Now, I want to give you an example that was reported by the person behind this constituent in the checkout line. One of my constituents, while grocery shopping at Walmart in Marion, Iowa, was left with no groceries for her family when she found out at the cash register that her food stamps were not on her debit card. That kind of uncertainty has real-world impacts. The realization brought this constituent to tears, it was reported to me. And why wouldn't you go into tears? Let's just take a moment to think about how you would feel coming home empty-handed from the grocery store and the stress it inflicts on families. Perhaps your kids are crying because they're hungry. Young farmers can't get their loan money from the Department of Agriculture during this government shutdown, and these young farmers are already in an ag economy that's underwater. How are they going to keep their business going? And then I don't know what percentage of the American public flies every day, but it's significant that flights are being canceled left and right because air traffic controllers aren't being paid. That means people who are trying to get to a sick family member or attend a sister's wedding may not make it on time. Law enforcement, including our own Capitol Police that we rub shoulders with every day here, are working overtime and not being paid. The entire federal workforce is not being paid. 3 million people who have families and bills to pay. Now, that's just 4 or 5 examples. Unfortunately, the list could go on. I often say Washington, D.C., right where we're standing now, this town and the people that are in it live and work in an island surrounded by reality. I've been begging Leader Schumer to give just 5 Democrats the go-ahead to join us in a common sense, clean funding bill. Let me remind you that Democrats voted for this same structure of a clean funding resolution at least 13 times during the 4 years of President Biden. So I would ask them, what's wrong with voting for a clean funding resolution during this year and during this shutdown, or to prevent this shutdown? The answer is the American people elected a new president, and that president is not a Democrat. Well, elections have consequences. In a democratic republic, the will of the people is exercised by voters, and congressional leaders must respect that and live with the consequences. It's past time the Democrat leaders cut loose their members who want to work in a bipartisan way. Iowans at my town meetings want more bipartisanship out of Washington. They're cynical that all we do is fight and nothing ever gets done. I try to educate them on how it's not as bad as what they see on TV, and senators really do want to legislate and serve the American people. So let's roll up our sleeves, get the job done. The American people deserve better. I yield the floor.